Yeah.
You didn't need the arm and a leg, did you?
Oh, they were extras. I have spares back home.
Oh, good.
It's called sailing.
Let me just log into Roll20.
hmm
Be funny. Jortes just comes back legitimately missing limbs, going sideline help.
Witness my 63, I think,
Witness
D20
me!
rolls.
Seriously,
in the last 3 days, I've made about 63 D20 rolls.
He had a mini adventure.
It wasn't
had a
exactly
miniature.
mini. It took
I
3
had a
days.
I had a mini
Admittedly-
adventure, and it was full of mini people.
It took 3 days for you. For anyone else, it might have taken. If we did it by live chat, it would have taken 2 hours.
Maybe.
Bloom work.
But we did it by back and forth messaging, so you know.
I had a mini adventure full of mini people.
Okay, so Jortes, you're on.
Whee!
Congratulations, Team PC. You've had your day go past. All of you have been doing various things of various kinds.
Jordan
Yes, I have.
straight up disappeared.
Don't worry.
I told Sarah to lock me in the room. Apparently, she failed.
She did. She locked you in the room.
That's my job.
Not well enough.
She must have forgotten you can pick locks.
If anything, you probably just went a few fell through the floor.
That would not be the first time.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it would be the first time for Jortes. And then you'd just see him, on the floor of the common room.
I went further. You
could've
were
gone into the
feral for a bit.
You could have gone into the basement. This place has a basement.
Yeah, but I imagine someone would have found him in there by now.
Are you sure? They've been busy all day.
Yeah, but they have to
The
go
rock
and get,
hasn't?
new kegs and shit.
Yeah, but if you hid the very back of the basement.
Yeah,
Hidden under a rug.
yeah.
To be fair, Bigby, Thorok has a crap ton of sense motive, not a crap ton of perception.
He's got a decent amount of perception, actually.
He does.
He's the second best in the
Yes, but
in the group.
I'm talking about not enough to hear someone going ethereal and floating down through 2 floors.
Okay, that's true. Mostly because ethereal things literally don't make sound.
I should totally
Tell that to
become ethereal.
Jortes.
Well, if he's not screaming, he's not making sound.
But
But what if he has no mouth and he can't scream?
I do have something to PM you, by the way.
Oh dear.
I know to be to you, Torn,
Okay.
Oh,
because you asked about something.
I did something.
You know, you
what
asked.
did you do?
You asked about something. If you did.
What did you ask about?
I don't in particular remember what at the moment.
You asked about what domains does the spirit have?
Oh right,
Ah.
yes.
I assume you want those still.
Oh yeah, I mean if it's domains for the spirit Taklon, yeah, I mean you might as well just post a card or something, I don't know.
I don't have this card actually available to post at the moment, due to one, there's a few spoilers on it. But some other
Okay, well then just post them in the public Skype chat because it's not the kind of information I'd withhold.
Portfolio pumpkins.
Well, that's your choice if you really don't want. Trying to blanks it out for one.
Oh no, everybody just found out that Taklon has a weird domain. This affects me in some way.
Did we?
George he isn't here.
No, actually, it's an odd combination of domains.
Death, plants, trickery, and protection. Not entirely unforeseen.
Yeah.
It makes sense when you consider what's going on.
No, this actually makes complete sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
really
is the
it
spirit
does.
of death and harvest. So yeah, the only slightly weird one I think it would be trickery.
I don't
Well,
even think that's
probably
weird
Trick's
because
Swing
he.
Festival.
That's just mischief, honestly.
Yeah,
I feel like I
that's
was thinking
making
more. It's
pumpkins spring up everywhere.
I was thinking more. It's sort of he protects his people by tricking the enemies, tricking his enemies.
Maybe.
Oh god, it's
Those
a
two
gnomish.
tied together.
Oh god, it's a gnomish deity. Run!
It also helps. So it's also a it also happens to be a spirit who enjoys worship through
Pranks.
acts of mischief.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Also true.
Then I'm
Yeah,
sure Taklon was very pleased that I glued Ryland's hand to his face.
Dear Crabtorin.
That's how you kill people.
At least it wasn't sovereign glue.
Yeah,
True, that'd be awful.
I didn't use sovereign glue. I didn't use alchemical glue. It was just animal glue, and it
Yeah.
literally comes off with just heat or water.
I can also,
Oh, dear.
I believe, give you the subdomains that you also have access to if you happen to like them.
Deception.
Sure.
Which, in the order in question for death, it is
Murder.
not murder.
That's like the only subdomain I know. Well, actually, plants could be growth. Trickery could be ambush. Nah. Woods deception.
He has a pumpkin subdomain. It's fine.
Growth.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think it'd be decay. Look at the fucking pumpkins.
Deception and
I don't know. Decay is pretty good for a lot of things.
Yeah, but maybe not for Taklon.
Well,
I don't know. Having things decay in your field becoming the fertilizer for the next harvest. Psychopomp, growth, deception, purity. Yeah.
Now Psychopomp. Okay,
Huh.
so well, I guess makes sense. Reaper and all that.
Yeah, I guess.
Purity. Now that's an interesting one.
Well, we know that there's the magical issue, which has been likened to infection, and the pumpkins are a symptom. Probably try to protect stuff, so...
Yeah.
it's true. You know they're a
Still.
symptom. They're not what's causing it. They're a symptom.
So
Yeah.
it
It could
Still.
it could be a reactionary symptom to protect the land. That's also true.
yeah, it's a
Probably.
pumpkin. Like, think of it as divine energy coursing for it, so that could be an energy going to a specific thing. But instead of it going to that, it's going to the pumpkins instead.
But remember, divine energy could be also druidic magic.
True.
Also that.
Like technically, one thing that's possible, and Sarah might have thought of even is, though it's impossible for Sarah to be able to tell. In theory, like all of these pumpkins could just be forming like a giant magical circle.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like 66
You know,
pumpkins.
I'm just going to say I'm legitimately surprised we've not run into a gourd leshy yet.
But for
I know
tiny
you've been
spirits, we
preaching
don't-
about them, but it turns out that actually, you know,
No, yeah, I know they're fucking rare things, but still.
Stuff like that much reason to really pop up for us.
No,
I'll just really
wow,
speak plant.
that's something I just remembered.
Hmm.
Ritual magic can be done by non-magical people,
Yeah.
Yeah.
anyone
Yeah.
can conduct a ritual. Just magical people are generally better at it.
generally.
We also haven't run into that much ritual magic in VT. I mean, SE.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
Apart from
Considering
the whole
ritual magic
bringing
is
dead
generally
back-
where-
dead back.
I've run into a decent amount of ritual magic.
I never typically do.
Yeah. Mostly because ritual magic tends to be very dangerous if you do it wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we've
so most people leave
disrupted
it as a
few
last second.
rituals.
I mean, actually, it's sometimes dangerous even if you get it right. So
Yeah. So people tend to leave it as sort of a last-ditch effort.
But I mean, we've disrupted
Let's
a few
see, I've run
rituals.
into
We've
it in
tried a couple
White
of times bringing
Marsh,
people back.
Glacier City.
Yeah, sure. There was the big mecha beard necro dragon.
Yes.
No, that
Not
was,
sure what part of that was mecha, but yes.
I don't know. Mecha was like.
No, that was Everwinter. I'm talking about Glacier City. I ran into it.
Ah.
Where we picked up
Oh, no, I
Elnor.
was just saying as an example. But yeah.
yes. The good news, though, is the festival will conduct, admittedly without door tests.
Oh, am I going to miss the entire festival? Or at least, like,
Maybe.
this days of it.
Maybe don't teleport away then.
It was
So-
out of my control.
The night comes around, and as it is, as the shops will go down to closing for the night,
God, I'm going to come back on top of the pyre, aren't I?
the hours go by. In the centre of town, the effigy of course has been constructed. The various lanterns are raised. A few shopkeepers have decided to set up stalls for the evening. Most of the town, admittedly, are going to be resting. during this time. Not everyone's going to be staying awake for the effigy burning. I assume all of TPC will be.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I have no
and
reason to not.
Elliot, I can tell you, Torrin is going to be waking up Elliot and Rylan. They're not getting a choice.
They're staying up anyway.
I don't know. After the day me, Rylan, and Elliot have had, I wouldn't blame Rylan for trying.
He doesn't get the choice.
Exactly.
But as it turns, it's generally the very young and the very old who don't attend, because it turns out being up at midnight is not that easy for them.
Mm-hmm.
But as the hours go by, and music is lightly played throughout the plaza, and people talk and share, Snapdragon fireworks go off.
Yay!
I'm just gonna hand Elliot and Rylan each a scroll of Snapdragon fireworks. Go
It
nuts.
It is a pleasant time. Things are had. Alcohol is given out for free. Alcohol is given out.
Good.
And Jortes is missing out. God damn.
Jortes is missing.
Yes, he is.
And various people are about. The kids that are out here all have their masks with them, not worn yet, but they have all the masks with them. As well as there even being some rather entertaining things, such as what looks like, to at first glance, this guy who's 8-9 feet tall, wandering around in this huge costume, basically like an Oni, if you want to consider what it looks like.
That's creepy.
Who's literally just handing out food. Anyone who actually pays close enough attention realizes it's multiple people in a giant costume.
Oh, okay. So it's not just some really tall person.
No. It's
What?
multiple people working together.
Yeah, I thought it would be someone on like stilts or something.
That was my first thought.
It's multiple people working together. Though you don't know who, but multiple people working together.
Oh.
You think it's like three
Oh.
notes stacked over each other?
Or 3 halflings.
Or 3 halflings stacked over each other?
Or a combination of gnomes and halflings.
I mean,
I mean, they're all good at charisma.
Yeah,
generally.
but
It could be a gnome, a halfling, and a
Oh.
kobold for all we know.
the thing is, it would most likely actually be halflings. The reason why I specify that is because you'd have to have one hell of acrobatics to pull it off.
That is
Mhm.
true. They're more dangerous.
And gnomes get both dexterous. Halflings are both dexterous, and they also get a +2 bonus on acrobatics checks.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot they had that.
Gnomes are really, really hard to push over sometimes. It's like, whee. Or if you do, they just roll back up again. They're like the mug that you can't knock over.
Roly poly.
So as the night goes over, is everyone taking part in the on burning a wish in the fire? As the
Yeah.
effigy-
Yeah.
as the
Yes.
effigy is lit.
Yes.
Also, by the way, someone of course has to light the effigy. Which it turns out the person lighting the effigy this year, to all of your surprise, perhaps, is Elliot.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Anyone seen Jortes?
No.
As
I'm
Elliot,
sorry.
as Elliot is guided by a certain super old elf woman
He's made friend.
who is actually leading the festival, surprisingly enough.
Dude and Kane.
God damn
To-
elf woman and a blooming dog.
Up to the pyre, where Elliot raises up the torch and ignites it. The entire thing sets ablaze, the color changing from first a gold to this bright blue.
Ooh.
As the old one will take the torch from Elliot and say that everyone, and we'll begin the process that people can one by one come up and throw their wish into the fire. Who in
Oh, I know
TPC
what I'm
goes
wishing for.
first?
Well, I've already got mine in order.
So do I.
Who in Team PC goes first?
So I go.
Thor.
Sure.
Sideline.
Sideline.
Oh,
Dark
very well.
to you already.
Yeah, go ahead and resend it to me just so I know, just so I keep it in track what it was.
Okay. Wait, guys, are we doing that stingamajig?
No. We're not doing
No.
Dark Road.
No.
Copy. Paste. There we are.
All right. As you release your piece of paper into it, it carried up by the updraft and just burnt away in the breeze.
Okay. Silent will go away then.
Who's next?
Or
That's all.
Okay.
Sure, you may as well just go clockwise.
Thork will go up and put a bush into the fire. Very well. What wish do you put into the fire?
Everywhere, life's no fun without a kid scared.
There you go. It should just. That's not the actual wish. It's directly above that.
Okay. I was about to say
No,
boop is not a valid wish.
No, it is not.
I mean,
It was just a pull. Oh dear.
Okay, I can accept that though. Okay. Your wish goes into the fire and burns up.
So, Sarah?
Okay. Sarah throws her dinky little piece of paper into a fire.
Okay, what is Sarah's wish? Sarah's people.
For George
Sarah's
has to truly love her.
Sarah's piece of
No.
paper flies into the fire and begins to burn up. The fire suddenly changes to a bright green.
Oh, goddammit, Sarah, what did you do?
I didn't do anything. There's no call for my paper.
This gets the attention of everyone.
Oh dear.
The entire
Damn it,
bonfire has
Sarah.
changed colour.
Whoops. It was him.
Sarah?
not Fork. Yes.
Well, can you make me a will save?
Fuck. Yes, I can.
The topic of this will save is possession.
God, Sarah's getting possessed.
Well, you know, of all the people,
That's.
she's got her.
No,
Why blame me?
it's not of all the people. It's because of the bloodline she is.
You had a cloak.
Oh, okay. Sarah, it's. You caused this.
I know I caused this. I was kind of hoping for it, but I don't have my cloak, and that's bad.
No, you don't.
Okay, here we go.
You've got a good
Actually,
will save,
wait.
generally.
Is there any? Could I feel anything behind this possessing force?
Well, I will kind of describe what happens here for you then.
Okay.
Because
Uncle
as it kind
Steve.
of goes in, the flame turns to a bright green. Sarah suddenly feels like this large presence just kind of starts to wrap around her. This great enveloping blanket of darkness, just kind of curling around. Almost like it feels like a hand around your throat for a moment. But Sarah stands strong. She's not afraid. She holds firm in the face of it, and no, you don't possess me.
This isn't the first time someone's tried to possess her.
And for Sarah, due to your very nature and the spirits of this area, and the protections granted by this festival, it will not take control of you. And not only that, Sarah, do you have a particular question? Is there any you may think this? You may think about this and PM it to me. As Sarah as the flame seems to go back to normal, and seemingly everything seems to return to normal. The big elf, the old elf seems to calm everyone down.
I'm just imagining.
You may
this,
ask
like,
one question of the spirits, J-Mac, which you happen to steal the knowledge of.
Yay.
I'm just imagining this like ghostly figure just like wrapping a hand around Sarah's neck, and then her just taking the hand off, putting her hand on its face, saying, "No, I am the one doing the possessing here."
Let's push it away. Sarah's kind of just okay.
Yes,
Kind of walks to the side.
you kind of walk off. Everyone's kind of calmed down. And the elf makes sure no one's going to accuse you of being a witch.
But she is.
But wait, why would
Of
that
all
be a
the-
problem
yeah.
here of all places?
Well, we're talking about some more kind of heretic kind of person situation. She's not the anti-pumpkin. As I said, you may think up a question that you steal the information off from the spirits.
Yes, I'll need to think about it. Yeah.
Yes, you may think about it. It happened in a split second for Sarah, but you have time. Torin, do you still want to go up and put something in?
Yep. There you go.
Because it's not only Sarah tonight who gets odd reactions from it. There are fewer people who get some odd color change reactions from it. Not just Sarah, but most don't.
Okay, good. I'm
Yeah,
not the odd one out.
In the entire night, maybe it happens 3 times.
Just
4
like
times.
when I throw my wish in, the whole fire just like turns white with like a black spot in it. It's like, oh well,
That's the
I
state
have
of your
no
soul.
explanation for this.
Even if you were soothsayers, you might be able to identify what all this means, but none of you have a professional soothsayer.
Oh,
Tender.
fuck it. Lyle had that.
Aw.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Professional fortune teller is also a valid alternative.
Yes, he had that. Damn it. Oh, well.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
And yes, this is specifically something. If Lyle was around, this would have been something Lyle could have deciphered. And I said, Lyle's story ended abruptly, but the world is still formed for him.
Thork, that isn't an image.
Damn it,
Oh, it
baby.
broke. You gotta be kidding me.
It's okay.
Oh.
I
Yes.
get.
Okay, Torin goes up. Okay. As Torin goes up and puts his wish into the fire, the flame turns silver.
God damn it.
Suddenly, this bright flash of light appears almost like the small strobe from above it.
Oh, purity. Great.
Tinder,
Oh dear.
Oh, no.
Oh
your
dear.
test will manifest on top of the fire.
Ah, shit.
Your test immediately take 4d6 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Hold. Stop this show for just a
Ah,
second.
6 damage. I don't know. Oh, there's my token. Hello.
As you start roasting on the fire, I'm going to move you down so I can see your health bar.
Here. She doesn't get a reflex save to avoid.
No,
Sarah,
you're on top of the fire.
I'm
There's no
already
save.
on top of it.
Sarah, resist energy me now.
Dwarf, catch.
Sideline.
Why didn't you just throw sideline off? Why didn't you just throw Jortas off the fire with that?
That's
Yeah.
what I did.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was going to say, I
Dwarf
just...
catch and then charge the
Also,
door test at Thorok.
Jortas can make me reflex save to avoid himself being set on fire by this.
I was going to, and I was just going to, jump off myself.
No, Sideline saw that and went dwarf catch. Boom.
I think I'm
Well,
alright.
I was thinking you were probably unconscious and needed to be pulled off the fire.
I don't know.
No, he literally just appears sitting on top of the fire.
Oh, great.
But with the
Well,
29
hello there.
reflex, I don't catch fire.
You don't catch fire, and you're suddenly telekinetically thrown into the dwarf.
Oh god!
Hello, yes.
Oh, where am I? Oh, Thork. Hello, Thork. Pats you on the head.
Hello.
His hand is campfire warm.
Hello, yes, I know.
Where am I? What's going on?
You're in the center of town. We were burning the effigy.
That
I-
was like what? 14
Tor
hours?
just kind of like looks
I
at
was gone that
Jortes.
long.
Tor just kind of looks at Jortes and looks at the effigy and goes, "I suppose that's one way to interpret my wish."
Did you wish for Jortas? That's a very
Not
strange thing for
specific-
Thor wish for.
That is
Not
a strange thing.
specifically, he was included in the wish, but not specifically.
You know, your wish got
Oh, dear.
part of your wish got fulfilled, Torin.
Oh, good.
As so did Sarah's, admittedly. Sarah's wish also technically got that kind of.
And technically, this is one instance where I could use it for most.
But the flame will turn back to its radiant blue again as everyone kind of looks at kind of like in shock at Jortes, and except for the old woman who's running the entire thing, who just has this complete like I've seen it already kind of look.
It is only the first time.
And just keeps going and calms everyone down that, you know, summoning people...
This has happened before, it's fine.
Pretty much, that summoning people out of the bonfire, this isn't the first time.
Yeah, Jortis looks genuinely confused.
I've done this over 500 times in my lifetime.
She has seen this festival so many times. She's been the person running it for 150 years.
I once saw the effigy come to life and try and break things.
She has. Legitimately,
Someone appearing in the fire isn't that
legitimately, the effigy has tried tearing the church apart before.
Oh, jeez.
Dear crap.
That wasn't a
Someone
good
was being
year.
naughty, I guess. There's probably a heretic.
Someone wished for no institutionalized religion.
That was admittedly amusing because the person who put the wish in that triggered it was the chaplain.
Of course. And after that, there was some investigations on him that might have
Yes,
turned
there
up
were.
some bad things.
Yes, there were.
Yeah.
Yes. Tonight is also a particularly special night. Toron, you've drunk something before now because it's also a full moon tonight. Not one full
yay.
moon, 2 full moons.
Mmm.
Ooh, great fun.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, jeez.
And also a
Fine.
completely clear night. For that matter as well.
Just a coincidence? Or...
So you're going to
Or
be
do
up
they-
anyway? Good. I need to talk to you,
it's
and
very
you, and you, and you.
This night was picked for a very particular reason.
Ah, okay, so they did pick this for a reason. Good.
I imagine Torn is, like, very distracted by the moons.
Less than he thinks, though, because there has, especially as this effigy burning is going on, this feeling kind of surrounds the entire town, really.
No, Torn does not get to look at the full moons very often. He is distracted.
That is true. You don't get to look at it very often. You're seeing double full moon tonight. Is it the double full moons are almost eclipsing each other tonight?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's bad. Bad.
Bad?
That's bad.
No,
That's
it's actually
omen.
not.
That is
And
pretty
Sure, it's an
omeny.
omen, but it's an omen, but it's not a bad omen.
I don't know its religion for this implication.
Any of you who are particularly good at geography or planes?
Hey!
Which
How
one
related
do you
orbs,
which
eh?
one do you want first? I have both.
You can roll either then.
26?
Pick
Have you got
one.
like 26?
You know,
You
he
know-
rolled geography, so I'll roll planes. 28.
There you go.
Both of you would be able to recognize a situation like this, a double full moon at this time of year that are overlapping like this. Yeah, this was showing very much on purpose. Tonight would be one of the nights where the spirit world and the main world are pretty much one of the closest they can possibly get.
Oh god. That's
Well,
bad.
Sarah,
That's not
helps to
good.
explain your possession stuff.
That's really not good.
This won't last long, and it's not tonight. Admittedly, the full eclipse is. That's going to be in a few nights' time. It looks like probably tomorrow night.
That's equally
That they'll
not
truly
good.
be overlapping. But it's very close. This doesn't happen very often. This does not happen very often,
Close to the full moons, so
which makes this a particularly special festival as well.
yeah.
You all enjoy the festivities. I have someone to go look for.
Yeah,
Like
just
Georgia.
I need to talk with like all of you.
Also,
soon
will your
as.
test people burning a wish in the fire?
Yes, it was about to say, is it too late for me to get a wish as well?
Effigy is still burning.
Then he will quickly get out some paper and chalk and scribble down a wish and
Yeah,
throw
don't
it
worry.
in.
Also, by
These
the way,
things tend to
side note-
burn for
side
hours.
note, Torin, by the way, your wish countered something else that was going to happen to your death.
Yay.
Oh, thank you. Because it would not have been good.
Go ahead and PM to me what you're wishing.
There.
Okay. It burns up in the glorious blue flames.
Ooh, I get blue.
Well, it's defaultly blue. The fire is.
Oh yeah, light blue.
Why is it blue?
Magic.
It's a very good question. It might be magic. It'd be the answer. Or even that they treated it in some way to make it look blue. Who knows?
Yeah.
They painted the fire.
I mean, you could legitimately just stick like certain
Salt.
minerals, make it.
I know.
Yeah.
The only person who knows for sure is probably the person who made it. But
Oh, hey, Sarah, hey. Hand you back the charm and the cloak.
Thank you.
They were
The cloak-
useless.
the cloak is covered in blue ash.
They
Sure
were
they
both
were.
completely useless.
Hush. It's because you're bad at them.
Yeah.
The night will continue on. The drinks will be given out. The fire continues to burn for maybe 2 hours. It's about 2 a.m. At which point, anything that's remaining will be forcibly deconstructed.
Dortes will spend the time drinking and catching up on what he missed in, like, what was it, 14 hours or something that he missed? 12 hours?
Sadlin will help fill you in. He provided moral support for Torin.
Well done.
Meanwhile, Torrent's nowhere to be found.
I requested that we all speak later, so he is trusting that you will turn up later to speak.
The main festivities go on for a while, though. There is no calamities. There is no sudden like attacking of things or whatever.
Good.
No, not tonight. That'll be in a couple of nights when the things are closer together.
It's just a nice night. Everyone gets drinks. Everyone gets different bits of food offered. Various paper lanterns. Will you notice with any of the kids that are up right now, by the way, when they go up and put their wishes on, as soon as the wishes are burnt, it seems like the kids are putting their masks on straight after they burn their wish.
Makes sense. Considering what happened with Sarah, so.
The justification behind it also makes some sense when it's the fact that you don't want to have your mask on when you're making the wish, because then the wish will go to the mask, not to you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a real boy.
The spirits need to know who to give the wish to. Or at least it's so the idea. So, with that, the night goes on. And some of you, at least, probably Jortes at least, probably wakes up with a hangover in the morning.
Maybe. If he even goes to sleep. I will say before he sleeps or gets too drunk or anything, he will go back to his room and check everything he took with him, see if the stuff he used was used, and see if he brought anything back with him.
And anything you took with you was not used, and anything you had on you did not get brought back.
I figured as much. But
Jortes did not come back in a fluffy white robe.
Yeah, he did have a fluffy white robe at some point.
Oh dear.
It was very comfortable.
It was light and warm and comfortable.
Probably made of spider silk.
Don't know. It was one he had used previously, like when he was a lot younger.
Torn, you do not find who you're looking for, unfortunately.
All right.
Yes, the next morning though will slowly come around. If you guys can discuss things overnight for staying awake, or you can go to sleep and wake up in the morning. All the festivities kind of end about like 2 a.m. Your choice.
Basically, Jortis will be wanting to info dump when everyone's around, so he can leave that till morning if Torn's not going to be coming back.
No, Torn comes back at some point in the night, but yeah, no, Torn's sleeping until like noon.
I mean, it's enjoy your day off, right?
Day off is subjective.
Silent's around the entire time.
What day is it? Like number?
Number of the month.
Yeah.
Let me go have a look at that for you.
It's, if I'm right, odd is whenever Thorok stays up. So. Actually, you know what? No, he would have slept the night before, so he's going to be staying up tonight anyway. But I would still like it for future reference.
Yep, I can go ahead and fetch you that. I just need to scroll down a lot.
Yeah.
And there still is the eternal offer of keep watch.
Torn specifically wanted to sleep tonight.
Tonight
She likes to
is... I mean, does Torm really want to? There's a double full moon you can look at. I have a point.
Yeah, sure, fuck it. I mean, it was
It would currently
keep
be...
watch.
It is currently the 24th.
Okay. So even days now.
Sure, hit me with keep watch. I'll just be laying down outside, staring at the sky. If anyone needs me.
You have a week and 3 days until the end of the first month of autumn.
You can just put that there for future reference, Dark.
Okay.
For both of us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But yes, whatever. Is everyone just staying awake then and getting info dumped at like 3 a.m.?
Might as well.
Yeah.
If people
Sure.
are up for info dumping.
Sure, at 3 a.m. then, in the tavern, you can have an info dump.
Torn's not in the tavern. He is quite distinctly just outside in the middle of a field.
We can throw you footnotes.
Okay, 3 a.m. in the pumpkin field. Everyone.
We all just follow him out there and have our late night star viewing and info dump session.
Apparently.
I mean, it's also privately, there aren't many people around.
True. If we're going, yeah. There's not exactly much places to
Turns out this is the one. These are like the 2 days where there's no one out in the fields.
Well, I'll take the number for that, which means Torn was not paying attention whatsoever, because that was supposed to be wisdom and 2 less than that. So it's 6 on a wisdom check. Now Torn's not really paying enough attention.
I hate you so much.
So it'll be his own fault.
Okay, George, that's what's going on.
Yeah, why don't you just input them between each other then?
Right, so not entirely sure what happened there. I came out the fire apparently, but yeah, I guess I've been missing since this morning, sort of just before lunchtime ish. Yeah, when you locked me in. Yeah, then. So I had an idea on how to find out more about this Abbey and Dark Road and blah blah blah, and it was a terrible idea, and I fully admit now that it was a terrible idea. But I decided that, hey, let's go ask someone that, was around back then, when, it existed and shit. So I went and dived into the wing, willingly dived into it, and it did not want to let me go. Idea. It was a terrible idea.
Right, carrying on. Tell me about the ring, or did you find anything about it?
What, the ring itself?
Yes.
It's funky in there. You're in a room and then you go through a door and you're in some completely different place.
It's got a sub-reality within it?
guess, maybe. I started out in a certain lady's room from, well, not even a lady's room, a certain room from many, many years ago. Went through this little secret place, and suddenly I was in the top of a tower overlooking my hometown. Then I went through a door, and I was in this corridor where the hallway suddenly went 20 foot, like, straight vertical up. And then I went through there, and I was in a massive library. Sort of, like, how big was it, Dark? Like 12 stories high?
No,
Up,
it was
up,
at least.
the
It was
office
at least. It was at least 15 stories and probably higher. Joyce couldn't see the top properly.
Yeah, it was massive. Like, I have no idea how big it actually was, but it was massive.
So a demiplane with mutable reality. Check. Okay.
If that's what it was, then yes. Turns out the librarian there was a drider. It didn't like me. It tried to eat me. It was not nice. I ran. I escaped it.
Most driders do not follow the ideals of niceness, so...
No, I gathered that much. But I managed to escape it, and I ended up in some, I don't know, telescope room, I guess?
Observatory?
I guess, yeah. There was a hatch in the ceiling, and big-ass telescope.
That's an observatory.
Lots of stuff about stars and what have you. There was a globe in there, but it wasn't one of this world, it was something else. So, yeah, that's a thing.
Interesting.
Anyway, I eventually made it out again and ended up in the fire, and you know from there. But I did find out about the Abbey and the Dark Road and things like that. Right. So, turns out the Abbey used to exist near a city called Fantahold, which was about 50, 60 miles from here, I think it was. A couple of days' travel by horse. Yeah. Turns out that was wiped out by Camilla about 3 years into her reign. By massive, big-ass, magical everything. It literally wiped it from existence to the point where the land itself was wiped clean to raw earth, to the point where even druids couldn't heal it. You know, it was barren. Sarah might know it if she's from around here. It's the barrenness is still there.
It's not barren anymore.
Yeah, it's starting to grow over now.
It has started. It has now. It has now more or less grown over. It has been like a few hundred years now, but
yeah,
it's certainly a change where it's less dense, the forest, very significantly. Though.
Yeah,
there's something to add. It's like an 18 miles radius circle that's taken out.
Yes, it's an 18-mile radius area.
Yes, exactly. But it wasn't exactly destroyed the city. It was split onto a demi-plane, so it kind of exists but doesn't exist, if you get me. It's still sort of on top of where it used to be, kind of. And that's sort of the Dark Road. The layout of the Dark Road mimics every layout the city had when it existed. So whenever they knocked down some buildings and expanded a road or whatever, it has both before and after that, which is how it keeps changing. It's trying to rebuild itself into a stable thing, but it doesn't know what a stable thing is. So it goes, today I'll be from how I was 200 years ago. Now, tomorrow I'll be how I was 50 years ago. So pretty much the only easy way to navigate it would be to have someone who lived there, which there isn't anymore because big magical whooshiness killed them all, turned them into wraiths and spirits and stuff. Or, have someone who's navigated it before, which is next to impossible. Meta-wise, if you don't have a guide, it's a DC 40 survival check. So, not easy.
Serious, go pop up and see it.
I can technically beat that.
You need multiple of them, by the way. Not one. You
Yeah.
need multiple DC 40 checks.
Yeah.
Reliable. According to Escorn, there is someone in this town who has been there, knows how to
Yes.
navigate it.
Yes, I was getting to that. the only way normally to get to the Abbey is through the Dark Road. You can't just teleport it. The road completely blocks all sort of teleportation. The only way to bypass that would be to use a planar key, but none of these planar keys exist, and the only way to make one would be from inside the Abbey itself. So, you know, whole catch-22 thing going on there. Great fun, great fun. The entrance to the Dark Road itself, I found out was called the Briarkin route, which is hidden somewhere in this forest. It's only open during the harvest period, and then after that, like end of this month, it seals again for another year. I'll type it out for you.
Thank you.
Is that correctly spelled? Yes, Briarkin route.
Oh, I get it, like root.
Yeah, like the root of a briar.
Well, I mean, as in like R-O-U-T-E.
Yeah. The spirits did do something though. That apparently the spirits always, I don't know who it is, but they always ensure that someone from outside of the Dark Road and the Abbey knows of the way to get in and through the road. So if you can find that person, then they can guide us through. There's also people currently living in the Abbey somehow. Don't know anything about them, but apparently they're there, like actual living people.
Like people that won't want to kill us, or just people?
No
living there?
guarantee. No idea. I know there's
He
people
just knows they're
there.
not the undying.
Yeah, I know they're there, and I know they're not undead, and I know they're not dead. So yeah. There's apparently, you know how Camilla made all of these horrible cursed items of wonderfulness? Apparently there's one in there. Apparently it was her first item she made is in there. And that's partly what's funking everything up, in that because that's there, it's been saturating the area in her essence, along with the whole magical destruction thing forever, which is why the spirits can't get near it anymore. Her magical essence is too strong there.
Current running theory I have is that it's currently making sort of a temporal stasis, making people that lived there in the past be able to have to still live there, so they're kind of trapped.
I imagine we'll find out when we get there.
Possibly. Also, turns out that the whole that area and the Abbey, that was where Camilla was born and where she was baptized, and the chaplain there was her godfather. So yeah, that's kind of why the Abbey's still standing. It was too connected to her for her magic to easily destroy it. Something weird like that.
Well, judging that from her history with her people that have been close to her, this does fall into the categories of people she would want to completely and utterly destroy.
Maybe. The book I found, which hasn't come with me because it's kind of in there, so it's complicated. It did list Taklon's name along with 14 other spirits, but it literally just listed their names. I don't know what relevance they actually have to this. I don't know if there's another 14 in the area, or if what. It's a thing.
Taklon is known to have loads of sibling spirits, most of them who are malicious.
Yes. Obviously, the Dark Road is massive evil nastiness, undeadiness. As such, it boosts undeadiness and penalizes other things. Meta-wise, the entire area is counted as desecrated ground. Every hour you spend on the road drains you of 5 health. You just get hurt for 5 health. On top of that, when you enter the road, you also take 5 damage. Necromancy spells are at +2 cast level. Teleportation is impossible, and no divination spells work in the Dark Road at all. Not even things like True Strike. It just doesn't work. Undead get fast healing 1 until they die, basically. But other than that, just standard kill undead stuff works.
Height of energy. Great.
Fuck. Okay, well that's actually kind of good for me in sideline at least.
Why?
I mean, I don't
So I
have
think
very
this
many
is a lot of
necromancy
necromancy.
spells that will heart undead.
You should go
I mean,
punch-
Disrupt
oh,
Undead
actually,
isn't.
Ground
Oh wait, you don't have cantrips. Crap.
It doesn't matter. Disrupt Undead doesn't care at your class level.
Yeah,
I guess that's true.
Yeah.
I think Purge Spirit is necromantic, so that's good for me at least.
I think so. Would make. Yeah.
I can't check. Okay. So if we're going in there, preferably we want maybe like some scrolls of healing or potions if we can grab some.
You're definitely going to need a lot. You're definitely going to need healing on hand, considering it's going to be constantly hurting you.
Yes.
I would be able to take 4 or 5 rounds, or actually no 4 if we enter.
Well,
Oh,
I said, the
jeez.
damage isn't per round; that's per hour.
Yeah.
Well, no, but like I mean 4 like rounds of the damage. That choice of words. So I'd be able to
4
survive for
hours
like
worth.
4 hours.
You can survive. You can survive passing through it quickly, but if you had to slowly explore that entire thing, you're going to get ripped.
Yeah.
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 Which is why we need to find this person that can find his way through.
I could ask the spirits what that is, but I want to.
And yeah, as a personal note, almost, you know about the whole ring trying to take me over, trying to kill me, blah 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 blah. Once it gets powerful enough.
Yeah.
While I'm in that area, it may actually slow down with that because it'll be trying to attach to her aura rather than my own. And as well as that, like how I've dove into the ring to get this information and how she's powered me up before when I've asked her to and blah blah blah, she will not do any sort of form of help to help us get through this. She does not want us to succeed, so the ring will not help me at all.
This also includes, by the way, all your spell ranks will stop working while you're in there.
Will I keep my skill ranks?
Yes.
Right.
Your spell ranks will all stop because she's not going to provide you any magic.
Yeah.
It's also important that all these like effects with undead are the Dark Road, not the Abbey.
Yes.
The Abbey is basically its own protected bubble inside of it.
Yes.
Interesting.
If we get to the Abbey,
You're safe.
can we get to would this person know how to get to the Abbey just bypassing the Dark Road, or do we have to go through the Dark Road?
we'd still have to go through the Dark Road, but they would be able to guide us through it.
Okay.
So it would be much shorter.
We wouldn't go blundering around it in the dark as it kept shifting on us. Theoretically, anyway.
And hopefully somewhere in that abbey is, well, firstly, whatever's causing this around here, correct?
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. And
There
possibly
was also
there's an order to get that ring off here.
yeah, there was also the odd reference to Pedra, I believe, in relation to like all of this, but there wasn't too much details on her.
I will scroll back up for you because you did ask about Pedra. Because that was a thing that you asked about because Torin made a big deal about it.
Oh, Pedra. I thought you said Hedra.
Yes. No,
like-
Pedra, the heresy.
And
was
then
Torn-
the moment Jortes said Torn finally started paying attention, like, wait, what?
Oh no, you haven't listened to the rest of this. You don't get to hear things now.
But you, is there any connection to Pedra?
Oh
slash-
yeah, that was it. So yeah, no, she's not actually connected to it. I remembered that I'd asked about it, but not what you said. I assumed you said there was something, but no, there isn't a connection to
was
the
a nun
heresy
section.
here.
There's also no connection to Creepy Oracle Man.
Yes, because you know, Creepy Oracle Man has to be connected to everything.
Then the Creepy Oracle Man has absolutely zero connection to it.
Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind.
Hmm.
I think I could have actually learned about a scorn, but nah.
You could have asked about a scoring.
I considered it. I thought
It's
it
one of
might
those things
also
that
come
when-
up as a no.
It's one of those things that once you ask it, you suddenly think of like everything that you could have thought of. It's
Yeah,
like, oh
it-
crap, this would be great.
This
Except
is
no,
why
this
I
is one
asked yesterday
second
if I've been talking about anything recently that I'd forgotten about. I didn't want to give specifics.
I have my entire memory by myself. I don't have enough space for your memory as well. Maybe I don't know, Big B's job.
Got to download additional RAM.
Big B's already like a small encyclopedia. Like you really, I guess.
Just pick up things.
Hey, it's a useful skill. I can pick up things too, but usually it's physically.
I also saw
I can do both.
Raslin again. It was nice to see him again.
Who?
The kid in the ring.
Oh yes.
Raslan, yeah, him. Turns out that down in the desert, elves are weird. They don't like trees. They build towers instead.
That's
Well, I
interesting.
suppose everybody has to have a hobby.
Build towers?
They still
Yeah,
have a library,
apparently.
right?
That's what he was saying. Because, there was no trees down there, so we started talking about the elves, and apparently elves down there don't care about trees. They build towers, something like that.
Interesting. Okay. So, we need to find a guy.
We need to find a guy, and we need to find a briar root, or briarkin root.
Don't guess that's by a briar tree. But is briar a tree?
Yeah,
No,
it's
briars
something
are
bush.
bushes.
Yes,
Briars are a bush.
Okay.
thorny
we're
bush, if I
speaking
remember.
Yes, they are characterized by the horrible thorny vines that they are.
Wow, that's rude, Big P. Don't talk about a bush like that.
It's descriptive, not insultive.
Hey, you're not part plant at the moment. You can't get insulted by that.
Yeah,
I can.
and if
There's
anything,
no justification behind it.
yeah, and if anything, being thorny is actually good for you.
Keeps things from trying to eat you.
Hell.
Yeah.
I should have expected that this would be cryptic. Okay.
It isn't completely cryptic. It's actually, I will tell you, it's being pretty literal with that.
Yeah, no. Okay. Sarah
It-
decided what she wanted to know with her spirit
just
answer.
not a direct answer.
Sarah, when we're having our big hubbub, Sarah said, I did ask. Okay. You know the creepy green fire thing that happened?
No.
Hey?
Mm.
No, you weren't here. You,
Oh, yeah,
you
you weren't
appeared
there.
after.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Essentially, whenever whatever that was tried to reach into me, I think I accidentally reached into it, and I got a hint.
Was it a little weird floating eyeball? If
No.
it was, punch it for me. Give it a good 9 punch.
I'll do that next time. But I got a clue to who we need to find. Seek for one who acknowledges the name Lucky.
So what, we just have to go around and call everyone lucky until someone responds?
Maybe a dog. That feels like a dog name.
Oh, it better
Oh.
be that damn dog.
You know, it probably is, actually.
If it is, I'm gonna stab it. 1 ear now, I'm gonna stab it.
Oh, you're not.
Please don't.
The dog was protecting.
Okay, that wasn't good. Okay, well, it's late now. So, I guess we should rather make a game plan for tomorrow and actually go rest and leave Torn out in the field.
What?
Don't you worry.
Nothing. Keep laying there. Suddenly pats you on the chest.
I'm not repeating everything, so sod you.
Don't patronize me, Sideline. I've had a long day.
I hope Sarah created minutes, is all I have to say.
Oh, right. I've wrote down notes. Don't worry. I don't have everything.
Yeah, would Sarah in character use her professional script to create minutes before?
Yeah, that's why usually whenever people ask what Sarah doing, I usually say she's probably writing somewhere.
Fair enough.
She has a journal.
You've made minutes of the meeting.
Welcome to the
Yeah.
life of Thalius, actually.
Throw that at you later.
Also, all of that was the summarized version.
Yes. It was much longer.
Yes.
Mm.
Like
Okay.
just the block of text before I started asking questions was like twice the length of that.
I info dumped, essentially.
Yes.
So in this,
Admittedly, you did roll a 40-something on the check.
Yes, I did. 44, I believe, something like that. But the good news is, once you find the Briarkin route, you don't have to do anything special to actually cross over to the Dark Road. You just sort of go through the door or crawl through the log or whatever it is.
It should be pretty obvious, probably,
Yes.
if you know what you're looking for. So,
we
I
have a
did
hint.
think it's not something I found in the book or anything, but if this place is so devoid of divination, like so anti-divination, could we maybe magically look for an area that's, blocking that? I don't know, asking the magical people here.
take a while.
Yeah.
I mean, we know at least there's a general like 10 square mile or 10-mile radius somewhere there, near there at least.
Yeah, it might at least give us like a compass direction.
I thought you said you knew. Oh wait, no, you know where, how to get in. You don't know exactly where.
Yeah, basically. Like, I know it's in the forest somewhere. I mean, if we can find this guide person, he might, or she might know where exactly it is, but yeah, no, don't know.
Okay, I have 3 plans of action for tomorrow. 1, those of us who are actually good at gathering information, maybe just listen around the town and see if anyone uses the nickname Lucky. Someone go talk to the old woman on the hill, and someone go ask the kid what his familiar is called.
Okay.
It's a hunch.
You
Maybe
think
not
it's
a good
lucky?
one. Maybe it's a raven crow thing.
I guess some could see them as lucky.
I was thinking more like ironic, because aren't ravens usually seen as bad luck?
True, yeah.
And
No, not necessarily bad luck,
Yeah.
more like harbingers of death.
Yeah.
yeah, it's a Vicarian bird.
Which is basically fitting with the harvest festival spirits and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
I call it pretty bad luck to die.
Yeah, it depends how you die. Wink.
Can we send them back?
Please don't.
Unfortunately, all of you have used up your wishes.
Unfortunately.
Thank God.
It's okay, I can get a boon from another creature. Just need to flag down the nearest dragon.
Seriously, please don't send me back. If what happened in the fire hadn't happened, I don't think I was going to get out. It was not going to let me go.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, now you pay attention.
It's torn.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Shall we adjourn this meeting and be respectful people and actually go in a bed instead of lying in the field?
Respectful people could lie in a field.
I have keep watch. I'm just going to stay here.
And I'm gonna go back to the ship. I get mud in my boots.
The field of mostly harvested pumpkins, but the field is very muddy, that's true. Very muddy.
Does
I
the
am
person
going to-
named Lucky need to be, a person?
No, but that's why I'm
No.
saying we have people who are good at either gathering information or listening to stuff. We like listen around.
I'll go walk around town.
Okay,
You
maybe
know what?
do that in the morning.
It's I know it's like 3 a.m. right now.
Does that
people need to
change
sleep
anything?
cycling.
There's no
There's
one's
less.
around.
Yeah, there's less people around.
No one is around.
But you know,
I mean, I could just listen to things. I don't have to talk to
They'll
people.
be asleep.
There'll be nothing to listen to.
but
Uh.
really, if he wants to walk around all night, he's not going to get tired, so he can walk around all night. He just won't achieve anything. Personally, I'm going to go back to the tavern because it feels like I've been awake forever, and yet not long at all. It's weird. I'm so messed up on my time right now.
Mm.
Oh, you think you're messed up right now?
George has basically had 14 hours of jet lag.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Okay, meeting adjourned, everyone. Go to bed.
Like, as far as he was concerned, he was only in there like 2 hours, 3 maybe.
You weren't in there that long. The most time you spent is just in the library trying to find the book.
Yeah. And then trying to climb the fucking everything.
Evasion was most of the rest of it.
Yeah. Running from a freaking drider. Just
Yay.
through that mess.
Yeah, it's a good thing to run from, I'll say.
While carrying a kid.
Mhm.
Yeah?
Admittedly, when it comes to kids, he was pretty light on the scale.
Yeah, I mean, would you
He
rather not
was,
run from
but
it?
still. I considered it.
Are you sure about that?
I did consider it. I am sure I considered it.
It was likely not a good idea to not run from it.
Yeah, no, that's kind of why I ran from it.
Good. Also, you know what? You're injured. Especially since you were in the fire, so you know what?
Yeah, I'm about to rest for the evening. I'll be fine.
Hey, and I'm... Actually, yeah. How much are you missing? Because otherwise, Thork is going to actually give you long-term care. You're missing too much.
I think long-term care would get me up to max, I think.
It would be double your hit dice.
Let's see. I am missing 13, so yeah, it would get me just over max.
Then yeah, Zark is going to do that. He's not sleeping anyway.
Yay. If I start slowly fading from existence, kind of try to stop me.
Fine, I will, yes.
That is our
I was
actual
going to let you
legitimate
anyway.
concern right now.
Well, then I will work against that.
Are there current any medical practices to stop people from fading out of reality?
No.
Likely that's going to be...
Oracle will invent one.
I can think of one.
Repeatedly punching.
Punch
Think
him
it'll
into reality.
I will punch you into reality.
Yes.
Think it'd require enchanted nails of cold iron. It's not pleasant.
You are not crucifying me.
Well, then
Death for sins.
I guess you're stuck in your fading.
Just don't
Ooh.
throw dice. Yes, okay. So you're healing.
Yes.
Sideline.
from the
You're
left.
also
What?
heal, I think. Do you have hit point damage, or is that just your token?
I do have slight hit point damage, but I'll heal overnight. There.
Yay.
Do I want to switch to something more social? Or should I stay possessed?
What do you think?
I don't know. I tend to just to stay possessed in case we do end up going to a dark road.
Also, that this whole like Dark World being a demi-plane thing is slightly why I was concerned about, the whole planes and death and stuff coming closer together in a few days.
I think that's the reason why we can access it. Like it said, it isn't open
Yeah.
after the harvest.
Well, yeah, we've got till the end of the month. We had also better be out of there by the end of the month as well.
That
You-
too.
Yeah, that's also true because then unless you have another way out like a plane key, you might be in trouble.
I mean, once we're in there, we might be able to make one, but
That's-
yeah, I wouldn't want to bet on that.
Just in this light of it, that Sideline can't make a plane key, and it's like, ooh, right.
Yeah.
Why did that be Sideline? Why couldn't it be Sarah?
I mean, that's true. That's true. Just Sideline is generally the go-to person for making magical crap.
Yeah,
Because he doesn't sleep.
that's true. It helps a lot when you have like 8 hours or 12 free hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
let's
what have
stick
you guys been
possessed.
doing while I was gone?
Talking to Scorn mostly.
I don't want to talk about it. Charity work was involved.
Ew. Yay. I'm sure you had fun with that.
That wasn't the bad part.
I guess you had to take more of that wonderful medicine of yours, which I'm sure was great.
No.
Okay. So, for finding Lucky, whoever. Okay, there's only 500 people in this town. How hard can it be?
Who's to say they're even in town?
Well, if they're not in town, that makes it slightly more easier.
Yes, because
I'm
searching
gonna
the
go to
rest
the
of
bar.
the world is easier.
I'm gonna go to the bar. I'm gonna sit down, listen up.
I'm going
Ask
to
the
go
boys,
to my bed in
Raven, what's
tavern.
its name?
What's that?
I'm gonna ask the boy what the Raven's name is, or what does it go by?
That damn bird.
Yep.
Generally, it's that damn bird, but if you want a name for a bird, I can go check that up for you.
That means it's not lucky.
The bird normally goes by Rain.
Rain. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Kid,
that was
you're
worth a
around the
try.
bar a lot. Do you know anyone in the town that goes by the name Lucky? Or any animal?
Kid shakes his head and shrugs. No.
Okay.
Okay. Who
Is it-
wants to come with me to potentially risk life and limb to talk to the old elf woman?
Thart can go.
She should have had one good night of giving a shit. So
She probably
Beware.
has like an ear trumpet. We can show it her.
no, it's not. It's just a case of the one night she actually gives a shit.
Make sideline. They got along
However-
so well last time.
A important note also though is the bartender's kid's only going to be there for breakfast because he's going to be going out as well. Just so you know, because
Where's he-
today
where's
is
he
of course the main day of the festival.
Yes. Festival. I wanted
The
to
streets
take
are
part in
going to be
this.
filled to the brim with carts and sellers and kids running about with a mask on and in costume, and various people doing various shows and acts, people socializing, having parties, etc.
Oh my
Yes.
god.
I
Children
am
are-
enacting my plan and taking part in this.
That is an important note because remember the effigy burning at midnight is basically just the introduction to say, yeah, tomorrow is the festival.
Type of party.
The actual festival is now.
Cortez could use a party right now.
The rest of the town's partying.
Exactly. And he is going to take part.
It's not like you're herding for days. You have, including today. I mean, you have 12 days.
Mm.
You have time.
I never trust when we have a lot of time. Okay.
Yeah. What does Team PC want to do? Just tell me. Or write out in chat like, Fork does this, etc.
Cortez is going to go out on the town. He'll keep his ears open for people who are being referred to as like Lucky or like nicknames, things like that. Otherwise, he's going to try and enjoy today.
So enjoy name, keep ear to the ground. Analyze soil sample, by the way, is a valid option.
Do we still want to continue that sideline?
I mean, at least Sarah feels she's getting close to results.
I could continue doing that. Not sure if we. It's our point to though.
What?
It's just a valid point I have to give you that Sarah feels she's getting close to results.
Okay.
What bloodline is Sarah going to be going?
She'll still be sticking with possessed, because you never know when we might have to head. You know, Sarah will continue doing soil samples. We never know if that might come up with something. And I suppose if I'm close and we have time,
And I mean, Sarah, you're gonna need me to, since I'm basically at wit's end for that because I failed the spell
You could-
resistance thing.
You can try again, basically, but the point is you've made no progress thus far. You have made some progress, actually. You made progress with triangulation, but you haven't made with working out more details about it.
Yeah, I do like the idea of Sideline going to talk to the elf lady about things, because, they got along so well last time. He, cooked her tea and everything.
That's true.
Whereas the rest of us are basically unknowns to her.
Sure, I'll go.
we're-
I got it. I'll go
we're
talk to the old
outsider
lady.
twits coming to come and have a look at the silly festival.
I'm offended. I live here.
No, you
Well,
don't.
used to live here.
No, you
Not the
don't.
specific place, but region.
See, exactly.
Her tea was frozen last time we met. I don't know why.
She probably accidentally froze it herself. Or maybe it
Probably.
was a test for you. See if
Sorry,
you would
gents.
be nice and helpful. And you were.
Sideline is always nice and helpful. And maybe the dog and, well, Sideline's general reasoning with most animals is dogs and other animals tolerate them like they tolerate a tree. They don't really mean much to him. Sideline's just an object.
Apart from that one dog that spends its entire life standing there barking at a tree.
Yeah.
For no apparent reason.
It has reason.
Yes, it has a reason. There is something there, but no one will ever be able to find it.
Disgust.
It's the one who made the net 20 perception check on the tree and no one else did.
Frog, do you have
Tinder?
any plans?
Hmm?
Why don't you give me, say, a sleight of hand
Oh dear.
check, given what you're
Yeah.
doing? You can do disguise instead if you'd rather, but
I need to check my modifiers for that.
either or will be appropriate for this.
I believe this should give me a plus 10 on my disguise.
It does.
So let's see. Oh god, what? Why? Oh, yeah, I'm still stinky, that's why I've got the -4 in disguise.
I think we've all I forgot about that.
In that case, it will be sleight of hand.
What was that?
I'm still stinky, so I can't disguise, so it'll be sleight of hand.
Yeah, unless you want to use a whole lot of various slides.
Yeah.
Alright.
I mean, 35, it's reasonable.
I just need to take notes of everything that's happening, and then I can check it through it all.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So what's Sarah doing?
She's going to continue working on the soul samples.
Right, in that case, from Sarah, I require a skill check.
Ah, okay.
Anyone in particular?
Sarah can make me an Arcana check.
Ooh.
Will this be taking a long time?
Yes.
Okay, so no boosting with Bestow Insight. Of course, it's the one knowledge skill. Well, my one knowledge skill, but it's the one skill I'm bad, not very great at. Do I want to try and?
You rolled
Roll
average. Perfectly average.
Let's see,
I
it's a
don't.
first,
I don't know if I
second,
want to
and a
tempt
third.
that. Probably just gotta keep the 19.
Keep 19.
Yeah. Because I know if I use I should probably save the charm for something else.
You know, I'm going to be
Also,
generous to J-Mac.
Can I use the library?
No, but you can have an assistant.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
Elliot.
You can have an assistant.
Ah, Deborah.
Oh, nice.
He can still feel and understand magic, even if he can't cast it.
That's
Right
true.
now.
I thought he wanted to go out and join stuff.
He's not in a particularly party mood.
Oh, Papa, it's okay, Tibram. I'll keep you company.
So yeah, he'll give you an assist.
Reach 20.
Okay. What's Borok doing? Give a day. What does he want to do on the party day? Just relax and chat like Jortes, or
what kind of things are actually going on in the festival?
there are stalls where games are going on. There are people who are just drinking and having a nice time. Some people are setting up some things like one of the barns thing we voted into like a place where people are doing like dance lessons. There's like
Go teach them some
there's
dwarven
there's singing
dancing.
going on. There's puppet shows, gambling games. There's a lot of stuff going on, and of course all the pranks. All the pranks.
You know what? Thork is going to check, basically like go around the festival, do various games, maybe get into a gambling game of some kind.
Sure. Why don't you sense motive your way through the gamblings?
Yeah. While I'm going, I want to keep just an ear out on, rumors and things of that nature.
If you're aiming to exploit weakness of gambling games, you're going versus a CR8 encounter.
Oh,
Nope.
I have a pretty good chance of beating that normally.
Not guaranteed.
Yeah, so just a plus 17.
Just.
Just.
Not Jortes with just a plus 20 something on my perception checks.
22 currently.
Exactly. See?
I mean, you do have better, if you've got plus 17, yeah, you do have better sense motive than I do.
And sideline is going to Old Elf Lady.
Yep.
Right. What exactly did you
Tolan's
plan?
doing his own thing, I guess.
What exactly did you plan to do at Old Elf Lady?
Well, she's been here a long time. She should know some of the population. And, well, she's old. Okay.
Yeah.
What was actually the plan for Old Elf Lady?
That's what I need to know. What are you actually trying to get from her?
We did have a
I
plan
just want to
for
know
her.
if she knows anyone who goes by, Lucky.
No. I'll flat tell you no.
God, there was something we were going to talk to her about, aside from Lucky.
Because I'm not going to start revealing until I know what everyone's doing, because these will all be happening simultaneously.
Passing curiosity, though. Would you happen to know anything about... What was it called? Barkkin Root? Briarkin Root.
Yes.
Yay, my roommate brought me a cheeseburger with an egg on it.
What can you tell me about?
Yay, Eggy Burger.
Okay. Then I'll start with sideline, and then I'll start going through people's skill checks and revealing things. She knows the Briarkin Root is the name given by many people, supposedly for what is supposedly this pumpkin as big as her house. And it's surrounded by tons of briars and stuff, which of course hurt a lot. Supposedly hunters have found it a few times, though none of them have ever been able to make a map to it. Ever.
That's fair.
So she seems a little skeptical it even exists.
I bet it moves around like the road does.
But the Briarkin root is supposedly a pumpkin as big as her 3-story house, surrounded by briars and stuff. That is supposedly insanely magical in this giant druidic focus. And so she doesn't.
Only we had a druid.
Do you know someone who's been there?
She knows people who claim to have been there, but they've never been able to recreate it.
I just want to know who they are.
She can give you their addresses.
Thank you.
But Sideline is also stuck there doing chores for her for a lot of the day.
That's fine.
It's what he enjoys.
It's kind of like you ask her. She's kind of like you ask her a question, and then she gives you an answer. Like she says, "I'll tell you if you do my laundry first."
Yep, Sideline can do that.
And, is that kind of but is that constant every time you ask a question? It's like this.
Harvest my onions.
And she will be mildly impressed by Sideline's impressive level of knowledge on a lot of things.
Also, it's impressive work.
What?
Impressive
And the
work
fact that
ethic.
he can just do things constantly.
Well, I say impressive work effort. He has a passable work ethic. For her standards, a passable work ethic.
What, you mean 100% all the time because he doesn't tire?
Yes.
Yes.
She's an old woman. You can't impress her.
That's only possible for her. There's a reason it's only possible for her.
Why?
She spends time to accomplish
She's used to having an entire armada of servants helping her.
Yep.
So, okay, one working 100% is impressive, but it's not as good as having 5 working at 70%.
Yeah.
You're doing the best with the odds stacked against you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I will begin to tick through. Jortas,
Hello.
you enjoy your time doing what you're doing, which I won't say out loud, but you're doing what you're doing. And
Is he getting
fun.
late again?
No.
And you're getting to have all the fun you do and having a rather entertaining day. Possibly getting in trouble a few times, but
Oh, definitely. It's a prank day. You have to get in trouble.
I can also tell you though, Jordan, with the form you've decided to go with, you might be getting doted on quite a bit by some people who are rather affectionate.
I am okay with this. I am perfectly okay with this.
As long as you accept this. And, well, Jortes and his rather amazing skill with all the various games and things does overhear some kids talking about basically like talking about this big prank they're setting up.
Ooh, I want in.
And as they're going through, like, saying who's going to be there, all of the people they're mentioning is all by nickname, quite clearly, all by nickname. One of the nicknames mentioned is Lucky.
I want in, and I want to know who this Lucky is.
So does Georges wants to try and get himself on the in of this giant prank?
Yes.
That sounds like you want to convince them.
That would be our diplomacy.
Yes, due to the form you've taken, though, I'm actually going to be giving you a -4 because they're not going to respect you that much.
Damn it!
They're not going to be respecting you that much due to your current form you're in.
Only
Damn
14. 14.
They don't really seem to really think that, you know.
Could I try and turn around their opinion with a demonstration? Like basically be like, right, set me a challenge. To do whatever you like, to pick someone out here, tell me what to do to them, I will do it, and if I do it, then you have to let me in. Come on, either way, you're going to get a laugh out of this, because either I succeed and everyone has a laugh, or I screw it up royally and you get to laugh at me.
Georges can kind of try, but the issue simply is, with your form you've taken, you look too young for them.
Oh, come on.
And essentially, they just don't believe. They basically just don't take you seriously. They set you some task, and while you're doing it, you look back and they kind of walked off.
Right, he's going to spend the rest of the day finding these kids and pranking them instead.
All right.
And possibly trying to find out more about what this big prank is.
If nothing else, you know where the prank's happening, when it's happening, though.
Right, good.
So while you won't be welcomed there, you could try to stalk it still.
Oh yeah, we'll be.
It'll be happening tonight, though, to be precise.
Right. That's fine. I can stalk at night.
Sarah, with your results from the soil samples, and all the various soil samples that you've been given, one, you complete the work that you and Sideline have been working on trying to triangulate.
Yes.
Silent picks up a project, Sarah finishes it.
Yeah.
I mean, I would tell you, admittedly, with the skill check results, like for just the triangulation part of it, Sideline did 90% of it.
Yeah.
Yay.
I can tell you,
that's the part I'm good at. So
I can tell you, looking at like the triangulation score, like let's see, there out of all the research points I put into that, 250 research points was Sideline, 40 was Sarah.
I did spend
that's
most
what
of the time
Sideline's good
talking
at.
to pumpkins.
Sideline did the majority of the triangulation work, so. And there's like 5 points in there which are Tipram.
Yeah, got Tipram.
Just pushing Sarah over the edge there.
Helping.
It's like Sarah, you forgot to check this.
It's like, fuck, I forgot to carry
You
one.
dropped this.
Yeah, so Sarah forgot to carry the one.
It's not helpful when you don't have medieval calculators. aka an abacus.
You can buy abacuses; they're expensive.
I know, but I don't want.
Or you could borrow Torns.
But with that though, Sarah has a location. It is from the town, a decent bit out. But the advanced mathematics used by you guys, we put it in. You basically have like a 1 mile diameter area it's in,
That's not bad.
which is about 20 miles out from town. Not 20 miles. 50 miles out from town.
Oh jeez. Okay.
Interesting, in the direction where the old city used to be.
So either we found something incredibly interesting, or it's the pumpkin. Let's hope for both.
Meanwhile, Torin,
Yep.
you are kid-piled,
Yep.
Yay!
and you spend the day receiving so many pranks that Torin's essentially going to be come back with more colours than a clown, as well as glitter and sparkles, and also possibly being tied up with ribbons.
Some of these may have been Jortes.
It potentially,
Possibly.
but Torin has no way of knowing.
It wasn't what he was directly doing.
You're too big to have been part of that group.
No, he was not.
Really.
Just to be nice, I will point out that he outright said he was one of the ones throwing fish at you before.
Mm-hmm. Thor just kind of ignored that.
Yeah, I noticed.
It was erroneous information for what was needing to be, accomplished at the time.
Yeah.
So you do find the kid in question. You wanted to check if they're okay. They're there. They're perfectly okay.
They didn't freak out at all last night.
No, they're dressed up as a werewolf.
I prepared something today.
Hmm?
It's called Beast Shape 1. Would he like to be a wolf for a few minutes?
So you can go prank someone, yes.
Sure. Go be a wolf for 8 minutes.
As you send off this little kid as a wolf.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Normally this would be considered completely irresponsible. Then you consider it's a town full of mages. Actually, you know what? This is kind of on par.
Is there someone working the orphanage, like caretaker or something?
There is.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to go have a conversation with them about that particular child.
But the topic of Lucky, though. You also asked about Lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they know. They know someone called Lucky.
Oh, really?
They don't live in the orphanage. But it's one of the. But it's a kid who regularly comes around and play and comes and plays with them and that kind of stuff.
Interesting.
Often with this small gang. Actually, doesn't come around very often. Maybe once or twice a week. And while the rest of the gang tends to show up quite often, but they still show up occasionally.
They have a name other than Lucky?
They don't have a name other than Lucky, unfortunately for you.
Do they have names of part of this gang?
They can give you a vague description of the various gang members, though.
Sure, that'll help.
I mean, to them, the exact name didn't really matter that much. Now, what exactly did you roll?
I rolled a 26.
Okay. But to them, the exact name didn't exactly matter that much. It's kind of, sometimes you just know people by their nicknames, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of like how all of you call me Torn outside of D&D. Even though I insist you use my real name.
Yep.
That's beautiful.
At least I don't call you Kairos anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I've known you
With that,
for
though-
3 years now.
With that, though, unfortunately, you don't get time to really talk to the caretaker today. You're too busy being kind of squashed. You can do it later, though. Do it later.
Yep.
Squishy doggy.
But he is seriously squished. When I say kid pile, I mean kid pile.
As in trip attempt with like 80 people assisting each other.
Yeah,
No,
I
no.
got tripped by a kid.
No. It's a trip attempt by 8 people, and then all those 8 people 5 foot step back, and then 8 more people step forward, and then all 8 people grapple you.
I got tripped by a kid. It was embarrassing.
It was
He
also
could-
fun.
He could only do it on like 19, and he hit that 19.
And down you go.
Hmm
Whoop!
And then he critted me. He just punched me unarmed, untrained, and he critted.
You should go to the Thorok School of CMD.
Nat 20s are a thing, though. I can't be resisted.
True. With the exception of being tied up.
With that, though, let's see. Forok, meanwhile, is the last one.
There's rampant gambling.
Mhm.
I think we
Not
may need
rampant
to stage
gambling.
an intervention, guys.
What did Forok rolled a? Forok rolled a 34.
Yeah.
One moment, please.
He's lost the airship again, guys.
Forok did
Oh,
not
not
trade
at
away
all.
your airship.
I might have gotten some information for this.
In worst case, you probably won something.
Worst case, I got some money.
But no, you're probably gonna win like pumpkin pie.
Also possible. I'll bring it
Pumpkin
back as a gift
cheesecake.
beside.
No, you just get an entire hogshead of pumpkin cider.
That would also be good.
Forok
Storing that away. Yes.
wins. In fact, a large 8-person pumpkin pie. It's no ordinary pumpkin pie.
Ah.
This pumpkin pie functions essentially as 8 potions.
Ooh,
Okay.
potions of.
Yeah.
It's basically been brewed like a potion in a way.
Oh, it's the witch. I know this witch archetype.
Regardless, these potions these will function as healing potions that heal 3d6 plus 10 damage per slice.
Ooh,
Oof.
Ooh.
Nice.
nice.
The catch is it's made out of people.
Alright.
Not that we know.
You have 8 slices of pie. These slices of the pie will last up to 1 month before expiring.
Nice. Well, that's how we're getting through the road.
And and I have 8 slices of it.
Because as Forok won one of the highest prizes on the list, not the highest. The highest required DC 40 check.
Aw. That was close.
The highest prize was was actually a enchanted weapon.
Oh.
Ooh. Nice.
How enchanted is the question.
It turns people into pumpkins.
One second, I can tell you what this weapon was. I think this is it. I can't actually access my notes right now because I'm also getting Google Docs that are kicking me out. But I think it was this.
Holy shit.
Oh,
Damn.
that's a pretty
Wow.
good.
That's pretty good.
Why can't you roll better?
That was the top. That was the top prize available.
Admittedly, I think that enchantment. That's for sneak attacks. I don't think rogues can use long spears.
Yeah, they can. It's a simple weapon.
I might have got the enchantment wrong. It might not be heart seeking. It's the enchantment basically said that you ignore all concealment.
That's
I
hard.
think
to
that's
see.
what hurts. Yeah, I think that is heart
But
seeking.
it's not just for rogues because it's also good. Like, oh, they're invisible. No, they're not invisible.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, you did not win the heart seeking long spear.
No. Oh well.
The heart seeking long spear is won by the Efreet blacksmith.
Ah. Okay.
Conveniently, the one who made it.
It's like, oh, yay.
I mean, it's fine. He can sell it.
That's true.
Um,
It's for triple the price. Or selling price.
yeah, he can still sell it, so that's not really an issue. It's a case of he made it and donated it and won it back. So it's like, yay! That's the thing. He made no loss, and the thing. He also, Spork also ends up winning some money if he's interested in money.
Sure, may as well.
It's not a lot of money.
That I didn't expect it to be.
You rolled 34.
Mhm.
34 divided by 5 is 6 point something.
Would be 6.8.
Well, we just round down, so 18 gold.
Okay. Yeah, that's not bad.
It was a D6. It was D6 per 5 you scored.
Yeah, not bad.
And this pretty much summarizes the daytime events for the group.
Okay.
Oh, God.
The group may choose to reconvene before evening, or they could just skip the reconvening and go straight off to do their own evening things they want to. But
We should probably reconvene to make sure we're all still alive.
I'll head back to tavern for food. If you guys are around, then yay.
yeah, if you guys want to, you can. Yeah, basically, evening comes around, dinner time, and then of course there's a second phase, which is night time for the day.
Yep.
That's true.
By the way, because Jortes, let's see, Dark, it would be what, a stealth check to like apply glue to a stool and hope somebody just kind of sits on it, kind of hiding an object.
I mean, it depends. Are you like doing this long in advance, or are you trying to do this like soon after you see someone's when you see someone's approaching?
Like, get to like the tavern just a little bit early, like right before everybody's supposed to start arriving.
Then it would be a stealth check to do it. If you're trying to do it basically while you're kind of while there's like people around and like you're trying to do like being observed, and it'd be slightly.
Oh wow!
Ooh, I actually have a chance of failing that.
Yeah, so it'd be a 28 stealth check to pull off, to note it, or 26 stealth check to notice that actually there's been sabotaged.
So close. So almost did it.
And Jordan is right about to is like, wait.
Wait,
Nice.
stands up, looks at the chair, looks at
I did that
Colin,
prank already
raises
today.
an eyebrow. Seriously?
Honestly, Jordan has already done that prank today. Multiple times.
Now we have a chair covered in glue.
Seriously, what? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll tell you what, let's switch chairs, shall we?
I'm comfortable and I have my tea.
Torin,
You can take your tea with you.
what is your CMD?
My CMD should be 19, 17 flat-footed.
Would you consider yourself being flat-footed by if someone other than Jordan is doing something to you?
Probably not. Sent.
Yeah, that's true. Scent will actually alert you slightly beforehand.
Keep.
Oh my god. Where are all these 20s?
Rylan will reposition you onto that stool.
Thank you, Rylan.
I just imagine Ryla just kind of like takes me by the stool, lifts me up and over the table. The table flips me into the other stool.
Thank you, Rylan.
As you'll be condescendingly patted by Rylan. Who's masked right now, but you can tell it's Rylan because, I mean, who else is wielding that bow on their back?
Mm-hmm.
And the smell. Rylan's bow is a pretty good distinction of who he is, though, because, he has his very, very, very shiny, enchanted, magical bow.
Yeah, but Tor's still going to shake his fist at him, going, "Damn you, masked ne'er-do-well."
He does his big flourishing bow and then sweeps into the next room. To continue pranking.
Everyone else just sitting around the table. Okay then.
Jortes, you have a stool.
I get one that isn't covered in glue.
You indeed. But don't worry, the one that's covered in glue is now being sat on by Torin. By a nat 20 reposition check.
Ah, jeez, all of you.
And make sure to actually check this new stool as well, because I don't trust Torrance not have glued multiple of them, knowing he might have gotten caught out on the first one.
I've only done one stool. Someone else did another stool. That's not me.
I didn't do it.
I don't have. Well, I have glue, but I haven't used any of it.
Anyway, has
Okay.
everybody had nice, productive days?
Thor
Yes.
just kind of like pulls a colorful ribbon out of his hair. Very.
I want a healing pie.
Okay then.
Okay.
That's not a euphemism.
I don't know how that could be. Okay. Actually,
Anything
no,
can
that's
be a
our
euphemism.
question. Yeah. Oh, sideline.
Yeah?
I finished with stuff you got. I think
Oh.
I have a location.
Good.
I'm
Or
sure Silent
general
will check
area.
over the mathematics, but you know.
Yeah. Should just kind of start pulling out a journal and be like, okay, have a look.
Well, I found where Lucky might be tonight.
Ooh.
Thanks to these fucking
I
annoying,
have a
shitty
description
kids.
of Lucky.
Aha! By our powers combined, we may find him.
I have addresses for someone.
Additionally, by the way, the description of the gang will match up with most of the members that you saw earlier. At least what you think. It's hard to tell because, of course, everyone's disguised right now.
Yeah.
But like the height,
the ones that were going to do the prank?
Yeah, for the ones who are going to do the prank, but like the height and like the kind of like general hair colors and okay, that kind of matches up.
Huh. Those guys are going to prank Lucky tonight.
Well, no, it sounded like Lucky would be
Jerks.
past the pranking.
Oh, right. I thought they were pranking him, right.
It looks like no, he's going to be part of the prank. It looks like.
So yeah, those guys are going to be doing some big prank tonight over there. It sort of points where it's going to be, because I don't know. I'm planning on going out there and basically following them there, seeing what they do. Maybe catch Lucky afterwards,
Should multiple of us come?
if you really want to.
Hey, you never know. A horde of children can be incredibly dangerous, Jortes.
Tor pulls
No, they
another ribbon out of
can't.
his hair. Trust me, a horde of children can be very dangerous.
I remind you the CR rules state for each additional person you add, the CR goes up. The CR will go up by at least 1, if not 2.
I remind you of any problem can be solved by a liberal amount of children.
Yes, you know the problem of the problem that is called Jortes can be solved by a number of children.
Yes.
That's true. I was going to say, does it just cause a paradox? Where children explode. I'm going to say spell slots. I could follow behind you.
If you really want. I'm not expecting anything aside from pranking to be happening.
Might help if you have to chase them, though. Let's hope we don't have to chase them.
Jortes.
I mean, in theory, that might not be possible because all Jortes has to do technically is work out which one is Lucky.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to catch them. He just has to work out which one's which.
Then I can just find him later.
Yeah, Jortes, seeing as how I'm presently glued to my chair, can you go up to my room and get me a couple of things? So I can actually make you some
maybe.
buffs to work with? Don't worry, I've already
Alright.
triggered the trap that you set for me.
I didn't set a trap for you.
Someone did.
Well, it wasn't me.
Also,
Alright,
but Torin,
Traps aren't my style. I break them, not make them.
Torin, your fork is stuck to your hand.
Oh, bloody hell.
Okay, everyone, do not
Okay,
touch them.
Jortes, there's a bottle of alchemical solvent in my nightstand. Can you go get it for me?
I just get a bottle out my pocket and sit it next to you. I have some as well. Since people started gluing people to things ages ago, I made sure to get a bottle myself.
I'm probably going to need more of this, considering I'm not only stuck to my, cutlery, but also my stool as well.
Well,
Now, if Jordan has been really mean here, he's made it so that bottle of alchemical solvent has glue.
That was what I was expecting.
Oh, I wish I had. But yeah, what else do you want from your room? And I'll grab your solvent at the same time.
Let's see. I need the solvent. I need my alchemical crafting kit, and shit. There was something else I needed. I can't think of it at the moment.
All right. Well,
This should do.
just yell if you remember, and I'll hear. He sort of heads up to Torn's room, gathers the stuff, comes back down. Hopefully, none of the stuff is glued to him.
Jordan does find at least one thing glued to him.
Love.
Only for you.
No.
Which is Jordan seems to have somehow got a piece of paper glued to his foot.
Why is your paper covered in glue? Sort of pulls the paper off.
It's stuck to your foot by glue.
I didn't glue any paper. What are you talking about?
Well, it's glued now.
If Jordan wants to kind of turn his foot and have a look what's on the bottom of it, to see what the actual piece of paper is. It's a wanted poster.
Really? Who for this time?
Torn.
Oh.
Oh, is it the same one from the other city? Ah. Sort of turns his foot to show Torin. You kept one of these?
Yes, but my copy is on the airship. That's a new one.
Well, there's one here as well.
Here, let me see your foot.
Sort of leans back in the chair, just sticks the foot up.
Torin just lights a tinder twig under it.
The paper's burnt.
Just lets it burn.
Isn't glue very combustible?
Yes.
It's ball combustible
Jordan
fireball
does
towards Torrent's face.
But I was just in a bonfire yesterday. I don't think this fire's going to bother me. And if he's lighting it in front of his face, that's his issue.
No, it's just this is faster than trying to unglue it.
Mm-hmm.
And cheaper.
Just sort of let it burn enough to basically destroy the paper and then just stamp it out.
You don't want to walk around with fiery boots for the rest of the month?
It's tempting. It would certainly make a statement.
Now here's a question. Does Jortes glue himself to the floor?
He does not.
No.
Damn.
At
I mean,
that
it has
point,
already
I just
set,
take my
so-
boot off and wear a spare one.
Speaking of... Did nothing happen in my room?
Well, you tell me, Torren. Is there anything you've said that would happen?
Well, there would be the 2 perception checks necessary at the entrance to his room.
Oh shit, my trap. Is that still set up?
I think so.
I did have
God
you reset
damn
it.
Jortaz, make me a perception roll.
How many rolls am I making? Let's just get it all out of the way.
4.
4 total. Right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the last one might get me.
So you avoid all of Torren's traps. One of them was a false trap meant to lead you into another trap at the entrance to Torren's room. One of them was a trapped drawer that was supposed to spray you with things. However, you do get a bottle of alchemical solvent glued to your hand.
And also, wait, which one is the which one's mine? I have no idea.
First two.
First two. Well, you notice the floor string on the floor.
He also notices the one above the 39.
Yeah, you see one at head height also. One much thinner and harder to see.
Basically, there was one at the floor, which was distraction. It's like, I'll step over that. And you step into the very thin one at high head level.
Yep. And above you look up, and there's this giant, like, thin wooden disc is covered in marshmallow foam. I would swing down and smack you.
Oh, dear.
So he comes back down, apparently with a bottle of solvent stuck to his hand, and just goes, points at Torren, you're a jerk, points at Sideline, you're also a jerk. I expected better of you.
I thought I was getting into the holiday traditions.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Still a jerk. I mean, sis, I've done nothing to you guys, and you're throwing all traps at me.
Oh,
That trap
you've
was not
done
big.
nothing
The
to me.
The bartender's wife, by the way, comes over and puts down another cake in front of Sideline.
Yay.
On the specialty of the house.
Thank you. I eat it.
Moves away from
It explodes.
What?
Cheesecake explodes.
Oh, well,
You'll get covered in cheesecake.
Sideline blinks,
That would explain the strange texture.
takes out an eyeball, wipes it off, puts it back in.
So they never do that.
And
again.
I've lost my appetite.
Hey, you at least you're not Elliot, who's had to help put it back in properly before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was just dealing with a floating eyeball.
Yeah, that's true.
And then Sideline will continue eating the cake.
Pieces are all over his arms and covered.
Yep.
It still tastes great. It just turns out someone may have put something slightly explosive in the middle of it.
Oh dear.
But more like the kind of the baking soda and vinegar kind of explosive level, you know. It's a pop, not a bang.
Yeah.
Torren's just gonna slide a drink over to Jortes and go, here you go. Why don't you just wash that appetite down? Maybe this will get you going.
How about no? Because I don't trust you with anything again.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with this drink whatsoever, I assure you.
Torren, I can tell you that's a lie.
Hint.
That
Hint. It's a double bluff. You're meant to think he's fucking with you.
Oh well.
There's actually nothing wrong with it.
It's still a case of, yeah, no, I currently have solvent stuck to my hand because of you. Screw off.
Okay. Making a quick break in here before you end up, I don't know, killing each other for glue. So, Jortes, later on you're going to go try and see if you can spot this lucky kid?
If I can get a bottle off my hand, yes.
Okay.
It's now a prerequisite.
I'll try and... Well, actually, no, that's a bad idea. Yeah. Nah, but probably just stay with the ship. If you're needing help, I don't know, scream really loudly.
Because that will help.
Yeah, because you are good at hearing and seeing things.
I'll hear it eventually.
I don't really trust your eventuallys.
I
Your
mean,
eventually could be in a few years.
Well, it's not like you don't got time, Jortes.
You went back a few years, you're fine.
Yes, but by the time she hears it, I could be dead.
That's true.
It'll just be my ghost screaming
What
at her
killed your
instead.
I think
Many
it was-
things.
I think it was Professor Plum with the
In-
lead pipe.
in
in
the
the library.
pantry.
It's the library, given what's happened recently.
Hey, I survived that and I am never going back.
You claim you're never going back. You may not get the choice next time.
I am never going back on my own free will.
That is a more accurate statement.
Yeah.
Actually...
Until it's really needed again. And then I might.
Maybe.
I won't until next week. Then I might again.
Yes. That's how my nevers usually go.
It's
As
true.
long as we're being consistent here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I will inform you, Torren will help you remove the bottle of solvent before you go out on your mission, but not until you're about to leave for your mission.
Considering I gave you my solvent to get yours off, I'd certainly hope you'd help. I also need to remove a bottle of solvent from my pack now. Okay, but I don't need that.
Funny. You have another bottle of solvent there.
You had spares.
No, we had what is it called? Full pouch today.
Ah, that one. Well, at least that's something.
I love that spell.
It's a good
That's
spell.
good.
Mm-hmm.
They could just do shit like this, like, hey, I need to borrow this, and just like take a copy of something. It's like, wait, I thought you were borrowing it.
Okay. So Jortes is going off to stalk kids. Whatever the rest of us
Again.
do for the evening.
As the normal daily schedule.
Yeah, this is getting to be far too common.
It says a lot about Jordan's nature.
Actually, you have a general area where the kids are working, right?
Jortes knows where the prank's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. Well,
Jortes knows the target of the prank is basically the mortician.
oh,
Yes, the
So
best
horrible.
person to prank is the one that actually deals with the dead bodies.
Yes.
Because, you know, he totally won't make you disappear.
I mean, everyone's being pranked today. Although, admittedly, he's a very creepy person. It's kind of like one of those. It's one of those pranks. It's like, no, you're not going to do it. You're too chicken.
Yeah.
They're daring each other to do it.
I know what
also-
Sidelin's gonna do.
Which also means going into the graveyard and going into the house that's in the middle of the graveyard.
Okay. You know, if we were in that general area, could Sarah be in the general area when they're doing it? Just
If
for
Sarah
backup.
wants to be in the general area.
Yeah, let's be backup because there's too many times where you end up getting into deep
Collecting
shit and
more
we're not around.
soil. Like, she doesn't even
Well, we're
need
done
it
that.
anymore, but she's still collecting it anyway.
Should be like, I don't know, sitting under a tree or something.
You could come
Do
hang
you
out
want
with
to
Sideline.
Do you want to be in the graveyard where you might get might be detected, or
Probably just outside the graveyard.
okay? Because if you're in the graveyard, you're kind of in like the mission zones. It's possible you'll get detected.
No, I just want to be somewhere where I could like, if like there's I don't know alarm shouts and be like, ah, the ghost that's killing us. I could probably get there better than like not.
You can, in theory, intervene.
I will state I'll be wearing my Stalker's mask. Yeah, let's go with Stalker's mask, because everyone's wearing masks, so it's just another scary mask.
Your creepy flesh
Um,
mask.
It's more leather than actual flesh, but yes.
Leather
And
is made from flesh.
Yes, I know. And I will be putting my Ion Stone in my Wayfinder, just in case I need it.
Okay.
Just to make sure, you don't have one of those ion stones that explode when you put it in a wayfinder, right?
No. I have the one that makes me invisible for like 20
Right.
minutes.
I'm pretty
I
sure we
just
get the
needed to
resurrection one
make
too,
sure.
Yeah, I think
It's actually
Thork
12
has
minutes.
that one. Oh, 12 minutes. Well,
Yeah,
close
I've
enough,
got the
whatever.
one with. I've got one.
Yeah,
of the,
you have
I've
the
got the
exploding
beanbag.
one.
I also have a second one that I got. So
I have a bunch of scrap metal. A shit ton of it. Tons of scrap metal.
You have
Yes.
mostly copper. Most of it is copper.
Yes, it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Sideline's expert levels of clockwork engineering, knowledge of things, and also love of entertaining children, and being just a general nice guy that he is. And he's going to set up a little area where kids can come by and get free toys, little clockwork knickknacks.
So you spend the evening clockmaking.
Yeah. Talking with children, getting stories from them, because he's basically giving them out for free. It's just, he'll ask them to do something occasionally, like, oh, what's some talent you can do? What's some story you've heard around here? Various just abstract things that he asks people to do. And, like, little challenges and tricks and stuff like that.
Sure.
Basically, asking about various, Well, sort of hearing about some of the pranks that have been going on lately.
There is basically a constant stream of all of the things that have happened.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how much could occur in one day.
Yes.
Like I
And
said,
Silent will be setting this up sort of near the side of town where the graveyard is.
admittedly, they have a whole year to prep for it.
Yes.
A long time to prep. At least for a kid to prep. Alright. It might not be the most productive evening, but it will certainly be an entertaining evening.
That's something Sideline would do. He just likes entertaining children. It's just something he does.
Torrin is pretty much just gonna spend the rest of his evening just mostly browsing stalls, probably getting pranked by kids,
Alright. That can be a thing.
taking part in festivities and things. If anybody needs him, they know how to find him. He's pretty blatantly obvious.
You took an F in subtlety class.
No. I took a I. It's an incomplete. I didn't show up.
Yeah, beat you in the UK, but close enough. It works either way. Sure. What would Forok be doing?
I don't really know. Probably nothing much. Maybe just wandering around town.
Enjoying the evening?
Yeah, just wander around town, see what happens.
Sure. You can wander around town.
Letting the kids test their pranks on a dwarven monk.
Mm-hmm.
Many pranks are tested on him. With deflect arrows, though, it's kind of cheating. You can kind of catch half the pranks before they go off.
I'm just like imagining Thorok just like walking along, now like looking really, really intensely at an object, and then without even looking at it, just sort of like bats away an apple or something thrown at him.
Into the air with you.
Okay, let me just plug all these numbers in, see what comes out.
27.
42.
You wish. Right.
Yeah.
How about Jortez gives me a stealth check?
Yes, I can do this. That was a really, really, really shit roll. Oh god.
Fucked
Right.
up.
Can I burn a snap leaf to re-roll that?
To reroll? I can accept a reroll with that, actually, yeah.
Yeah, right. Burning my last snap leaf. Because I do not want to go with a fucking 21. 37, there you go, that's better.
There you go. Axe is a plus
Yeah,
plus
that's,
16.
Yeah.
Not bad.
And that actually isn't the worst idea in the world, it turns out. Because this is if the gang spots you.
Yeah, I figured it was.
Now that doesn't sound too bad until you consider the gang has 7 members.
Yeah. It's, the more
Which-
numbers there are, the
which
harder
means-
it's hide.
Which means this, you take the highest member in the group's perception check and you add 2 for each additional member.
Oh, and then you fucking nat 20, you
Really
bastard.
dark.
Yes. It turns out when you have that many people aiding each other, things get ridiculous.
They burn the snap leaf for invisibility, and that lasts for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, and that
So
wasn't
people
including
will-
invisibility bonus, but yeah.
You do have your ions. You do admittedly have also your ion stone invisibility, which is actually a thing to keep in mind.
Yeah. Oh, I did not want to burn that so soon, but I don't think I want to be spotted by them this quickly.
I mean,
I mean, it's possible. It's possible they think someone's watching. They might not choose to do the prank.
exactly.
Yeah. Which isn't the end of the world, I just want to find out which one of them it is. Like,
It
I
may-
need time to
it-
work that out.
Well, yeah, you actually need them to do the prank for you to, so you probably hear their communication.
Yeah.
Mhm.
they just-
Okay.
If they just
Let-
scatter, might be a
let's-
problem.
Let's burn the ion stone then.
Sure, you push yourself up to a 57,
Yep.
which is out of range.
Good luck beating that, you shits. This is the same group that Jortessa spent most of the day following around trying to ruin their pranks because they wouldn't let him in on this one.
Admittedly, earlier when you were falling around, there's only 4 of them. Now there's 7.
Yeah,
There's 3 new
yeah.
members.
Yeah. Plus he was a little kid then. He's not now.
Yeah. You're going around looking like a 6 or 7-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 6-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, wouldn't that also give him the size bonuses to stealth?
No, and that's what
Is
you're
it-
doing early. Doing it right
Yeah.
now. So
Oh.
Plus it was only from the Human guys, which doesn't actually change your size. It
technically,
just makes you
not
look
actually
smaller.
polymorphing. Yeah, he's just disguising this creature smaller than he is.
Mm-hmm.
You can see why they weren't entirely like respecting him earlier. Was like he's a 6-year-old. Like sure he's Sure.
Yeah.
sure maybe, but we're talking about kids here between like 9 and 14. So it's like they're not really paying that much attention to the 6-year-old.
I really need to prank these guys, like in the middle of their prank.
Be careful, please.
They have certainly brought ammo. It's one thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, what sort of stuff do they have on them?
That isn't entirely easy to tell because a lot of them are carrying like rather large bags with them full of stuff.
Ah, right.
They've clearly come prepared. But they haven't spotted you yet.
Yeah.
That's the good news. They haven't spotted you yet.
And hopefully they never will. In before more nat 20s.
It wouldn't be the first time.
I know.
As they approach and approach. How good are you at keeping an eye on them, actually hearing what they're doing when they're trying to be pretty stealthy themselves?
Hopefully pretty good, considering I'm hoping the number of them brings the DC down.
Not really.
It's like they're a large group, they're talking between each other.
They're not being that loud about it. They're being pretty subtle, especially when it considers some of them are also using message spells.
Yeah, but even so, it's still a group of people together.
True.
It'd be easier to spot than a lone person.
Yes, it's easier to spot, but the message spells are making the hearing not so much an issue because it's well, they can just talk at a whisper sometimes, which is putting you at a disadvantage.
But as long as I can keep an eye on them, then I can sort out listening to them another time. 39 perception?
You keep up.
So close.
The DC to avoid the group scattering you in the situation is 28.
Jeez.
They're not making it easy.
No.
A lot of teamwork together is, making it pretty difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the power of a mob of kids. Teamwork.
Liberal application.
Insert quote.
This feels like a giant spot of if we all work together, we can achieve anything.
Power of heart.
Captain
No
Planet.
one cared about heart.
No one really did.
You'll care about heart in a minute when you don't have one.
Where's a ghost?
Well, it's funny you say that. Actually,
Calling that for
Georges is pretty sure the gravestone behind him is shaking.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it down to another prank.
So you ignore it?
I don't want to lose them, but I don't want to just leave it and have like another group of kids come out behind me.
What do you do? The gravestone behind you is shaking.
Can I give it just like a quick check?
You look behind you. The gravestone is vibrating back and forth.
I don't see anyone hiding behind it or anything. Just at a glance.
No one hiding behind it.
Yeah. Oh, I really shouldn't, but I think I'm going to ignore it.
Alright. What's one vibrating gravestone?
Yeah, you know, it's not that bad.
Because it's just an automatic cycle for close obedience.
The group of kids approaches with quite some.
Who drew the ghost?
They've approached with quite a bit of skill. Probably sideline.
Yay.
Yeah.
Actually, that was me.
Then Tor.
Yeah,
Could have
probably
been
Tori.
Bigby.
No, it's not Bigby.
No, it's not Bigby. It could have been you, Dark.
It definitely wasn't me giving. I was looking for pictures.
You just make a ghost token.
Mm-hmm. I'm too lazy. The pranking begins.
Mm-hmm.
The pranking in question, essentially, consider the medieval version of TP.
Seriously, that's the best they could come up with.
Well, that's what four of them seem to be doing. There seem to be three others though who are doing something on his doorstep.
Don't tell me they're like lighting a bag of poop. Seriously, guys, have a little class, guys.
No, they're clearly doing
They're-
something else.
They're like 12-year-olds. They
But
don't know the
still.
meaning of class.
Yeah, but this isn't even pranking. This is just being lazy.
Well, it's clear the ones on the doorstep are doing something. They're clearly putting some work into whatever they're doing. Some of them actually got out like tools and everything, are doing something.
What can I tell what they're doing?
That would be another perception check, and this is not going to be an easy one given your. I mean, you do have the advantage. You're only taking half hours of a distance.
Yeah, but I am still a distance away.
And you have low light vision, which helps.
Yeah, but it's not helping that much. It's very dark right now. Very dark.
Yeah,
Also,
25.
because
Ick.
it's only half the moonlight tonight because one of the moons is completely blocking the other moon.
Mm-hmm. Well, 25. Icky crappiness.
Jordan isn't too sure what they're doing. You can see one of them has a crowbar.
Yeah.
Maybe it looks like they're pulling up. They look like one of them pulled up one of the boards underneath, like the front door, or like from the front door of the porch.
This is starting to feel less like pranking and more like vandalism.
It's clearly not just. It's clearly not just taking it apart.
Hmm.
It's clearly not just taking it apart.
I am genuinely curious of what they're doing, but I'm not sure how close I could get.
And actually, having a look, it looks like the person in question. It looks like the gravekeeper is not in right now.
Yeah.
Taking a judgment from what you can hear, it sounds like the TPing and stuff, like the equivalent of that, isn't so much as the prank, more as the when the person gets back, they're going to see that, be really annoyed, and storm into their house and not notice the trap.
Yeah.
Or so the idea.
I get such a feeling that they're going to like end up accidentally killing this guy.
Accidentally kill the mortician on today of all days.
Yeah,
You want
exactly.
Ghosts? What ghosts? This is how you get ghosts.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not going to be that bad, right?
It very well could be. From this distance, could I get an idea of which one is lucky?
Well, having trouble really hearing what they're saying too much at this distance right now.
Well, guess I should get closer then.
You want to get closer?
Well,
Sure.
if I can't hear them enough to tell which one's lucky, I'm gonna have to.
Sure. You can push closer.
Another stealth check.
Yep.
Hopefully without a nat 20 this time, seeing as they're distracted now, you know. They're doing things.
You are doing things now.
33. Could have done
You do have the
being
advantage
better.
that you do have the advantage. The only ones that are going to be perceptioning you are the ones on the outside doing the quote unquote TP.
It's like, what, 3 of them? Or 4 of them?
4 of them.
4 of them. Ooh, just passed.
Close.
If any more of them were helping.
I know. I know.
As you kind of pull a bit closer, have a look. George's like doing like the hide behind a tree.
I am elf. I shall hide behind tree.
I am tree.
Yes. I shall become one with the tree.
You notice some of the kids who are doing things on the porch have a silly number of things that can create light, like sun rods.
Are they, like, setting it up so it triggers the sun rods when he steps on the porch or something?
They might be. You're not entirely sure, but they might be.
Oh dear.
You notice some of the other ones also doing like kind of the TP have stopped doing that now with the house sufficiently looking wrecked on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And seem to be going off towards the back of the house to seemingly set up things.
At the closer distance, could I try a new perception to figure out who's who?
Yes, you can try that.
38.
You think you found the one who is lucky in the group.
How sure am I?
You're pretty sure, judging by a small argument that occurs.
Right.
The argument is just something petty, basically, like, I don't want to do that, you go do it. But it gives you enough clues that you're pretty sure you know which one's lucky.
Good.
You don't know. You don't know. You don't know exactly what they look like properly because they're mostly in disguise right now. But you know at least which of the figures here is lucky. They're pretty short. They're one of the shorter ones in the group, if not the shortest. Though you haven't seen them all lined up next to each other, so that's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
They haven't really been standing in perfect parade for you. And they are currently dressed up basically like a mummy. With this like really, really fancy like black mask that kind of look like but it's like kind of essentially if you know Skyrim, the Dragon Priest masks, something in that vein. It looks like.
Nice. Now the question is: now I know which one I'm after. Shall I just scare the bejesus out of the kids, hope they scatter, and chase down him?
You could. There's one option. You could wait until they just leave normally and see if you could catch them then. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Vicious, we do have to eventually try and convince them to come into the middle of the wilderness with a bunch of strange adults.
Why were we? What was your wish? Because like the lucky came from your wish or something, didn't it?
Yeah. Okay, my wish was I wish for guidance when I need it most. Apparently this qualifies.
That is really vague. Like, really vague.
And I got guidance for.
The issue with vague ones is you won't necessarily know when they trigger. These wishes can trigger more than once. No, they can trigger more than once. They might not trigger at all.
I'm waiting for Anna to freak out.
That's not a good plan.
Yes, have the Oracle freak out.
Yep.
I'm just imagining Anna just like having tea with tackle on or something. Like
I
just this huge pumpkin-headed Reaper spirit, and an itty bitty like child-sized like tea set table kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
And then the itty bitty Anna who looks like just this small doll.
Mm-hmm.
In comparison, yeah.
I mean, Anna just not naturally kind of just looks like a. It basically, you could like look at her and basically think she's a doll sometimes. That's just how she looks.
All right. Well, I'm going to I think wait a while longer and see if I can get a better idea of what their main prank actually is before I do anything else.
Big is the first answer you see.
Well, yeah.
They're setting up a lot of things. A lot of things. You also see a lot. You see a few of them actually sneak in through a window, which one of them lockpicks. Start sticking
Right.
things inside. If George has wanted, since the front door is clear right now, he could try stealthing all the way up to the front door.
That does leave me quite open to other people seeing me.
It's if any of the kids come around from the back, would be got issue then.
Exactly.
Of course, with Jortes' skill, it'd still be possible he might be able to stealth out of that. It is dark right now, so the kids are also at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Because the kids are using a little bit of light, but they're not using very much light because, of course, they don't want to be spotted.
But yeah, I'll go up to the door, sneaky.
Sure, that doesn't need a check for you to get up towards the door.
Stealth?
No, you don't need a check.
Ah, right, okay.
It's easy enough. The kids are distracted, and you're quiet enough that you can kind of sneak up. No one's directly watching.
Yeah.
As you see inside them, kind of moving furniture, and like one of the kids, Lucky in particular, is laying out this large amount of very fine string.
This is really elaborate.
It is elaborate, whatever they're doing here. You see some of them creating what you're pretty sure like kind of like ghosts on wires to trigger with like sheets and things.
They're setting it up so it all lights up everywhere, and then ghosts seem to come out and all sorts of
Pretty
noises
much.
as well.
Basically, they're going to turn his house into a haunted house.
How old is the mortician?
You're not entirely sure. Judging by the furniture inside, you would argue pretty old.
So this is pretty likely to give him a heart attack.
Yes, good. The mortician. Use undead. He hates undead.
I may have to come back and like disassemble all of this later.
That might be pretty difficult to do alone. There's a lot being put up here. There are 7 of them doing it.
Yeah. Or at least wait and like warn the mortician later before he goes in.
I mean, it's an amazing amount of effort they're putting into this.
Oh yeah, total props for effort.
They're not just being complete vandals like you thought they were. Not complete vandals.
I was going to say arguably.
They've been partial vandals. I do admit that. As the work's underway. Jortes, roll me 3d6.
Oh god. 3d6. 355.
Right. Alright. Alright. Well, the prank continues being set up, the mortician not around. Sarah, on the outside, would notice Forok in the distance. Just managed to get himself into a conversation with this fine old man in this nice suit. He has a shovel over it. Hey, it's a mortician.
Oh no.
He's a rather dapper individual, actually, in his suit and everything.
I wonder what he's talking to Fork about.
Pretty old in his. I mean, 70.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty old.
I had to trying to think about about 70s. You think, or he just looks old and he's in his 60s. Who knows?
I want to stop them.
Because Sarah's kind of can peek over and you can kind of see this huge lab. Like, you can see the lights moving in and out of his house and everything in the distance. You can't tell what's going on, but you can see the lights moving in and out of his house and stuff.
Can you do anything to warn me that he's coming?
I mean, Sarah could.
Well, the issue's seeing you.
Currently, he's
If I
not.
were
Currently, he's not coming. Currently, he's in having a conversation with Forok about possibly even about the fact that unlike most of the town folks, this man does not disrespect him so much for his affiliation with the Mage Banes.
Oh, that's good. Pork, you have a friend.
I don't know if Bigby's muted or just not here, but you know.
I'm not sure it's
Okay.
so much a friend, more just someone who doesn't hate him.
Okay, I have an idea. Sarah's gonna cast Fly.
Okay. Sarah now has the ability to fly. How does Sarah's fly look? Does she just lift off the ground? Does she have like a pair of transparent wings? How does she look when she casts fly?
Kind of looks like she's just been suspended in liquid, but she can kind of move. So it's like a lot of her clothes are kind of just like floating in midair. Her hair's like kind of everywhere, but still behind her.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
It's a bit like swimming, but not very. She's gonna fly kind of like maybe 70 feet over the cemetery.
Okay.
And then
Very
just
few
wait
people
for-
will see you on the black background.
Hmm?
Very few people will see you on the background of the sky. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's so dark.
And she's gonna just like quietly clap her hands a lot. I'm hoping that Jortes will understand that clapping should not come from the sky. And
George still has to hear the clapping.
Yeah, that sounds like a perception.
Yes.
why do we never make up signals?
41.
Jordan hears something in the distance.
Most weird. I try and look in the direction it's coming from.
Is that a fire? Is that a campfire in the sky?
Probably glowing slightly. You just see me like clapping like.
Okay,
Sarah in
Sarah's.
the sky with amber.
So she's up in the sky, clapping a bunch. And what the hell does she want? Probably nothing. Probably nothing good, because otherwise she won't be bothering me. Which probably means it's time to leave. For
Sarah
some
can't see you,
reason.
but she's just looking at her clapping. I really hope you can hear me.
Fork right now is in a conversation with this dapper old man. Dressed in this fine suit. He has this black rose on his black rose attached. He has a shovel strapped to his back. Man's in his 70s. Unlike most other people in town, he actually doesn't disrespect for his affiliation with the Mage Banes.
A friend.
All right.
Actually, he appreciates them quite the bit. It turns out. This man is the mortician and the gravekeeper.
Good.
And not once, not twice, but well, in his youth, actually, he was an adventurer himself, and he dealt a lot against undead.
Yeah.
The man is kind of creepy in his demeanor, but that's more kind of he hasn't aged well.
Mm-hmm.
The creepiness is kind of set in, also partially because adventuring does not necessarily do good for your health.
Yeah.
No.
It does good for your health in one sense, like you get experience, you gain more hit points. Doesn't do so good also for your sanity either. Sometimes.
Yeah. At times.
Can confirm, really doesn't.
Can confirm.
He's
Waiting for confirmation.
but he's perfectly friendly. He has a very gruff outer exterior, having almost as much charisma, basically having the same charisma as Forok at times.
Sounds about right.
But he's in a nice, pleasant conversation with you, discussing your clan, discussing your various adventures.
Hi. Probably on to the whole traveling through the Vale at this moment. So.
He'll discuss it with you. He went into the Vale once.
Oh god.
He fought a Yeti.
Yes, we fought a
two.
couple of those as well. Had him charging us on a narrow pass. Yeah, bloody things are annoying. It's a good thing. My companions were able to blind him.
Forok can also make me a perception check.
Right. Not stone based, correct?
No.
Not stone based.
I don't
It's
think so.
sky based.
Fire based.
and firebase.
18.
Okay, you do not notice the fact that Sarah is 70 feet up from you clapping.
Oh dear.
This isn't just without reason, by the way. There's a reason for me clapping in the sky.
Yeah.
No,
I
there
kinda
isn't.
expect
There's
that.
no reason. It's just a thing she does sometimes. Well,
You're invited to continue story. Do you want to come back to his house and have a nice dinner? Have a drink?
Hey, I think I'll actually take you up on that offer.
okay. Well, considering Sarah's clapping in the sky, Jortis is going to take that as a signal of bad things, time to leave. But he's also thinking of maybe trying to get some brownie points with this gang. So, he is basically still with his mask and everything on, just going to step into the doorway and basically say, you know, you should really leave someone on watch out there.
They kind of look to you. Jortis,
Mm-hmm.
you need to make me a perception. You need to make me a diplomacy check.
Yeah.
But if you fail, they're going to panic and will scramble
Yep.
because they just saw it because you just kind of barged in on them.
Yep. 31.
Okay, they're not going to immediately scramble in every direction.
But
You
look,
have their attention for a second.
I was start over. I heard you were going to do the prank out here. I followed you out there. I was quite admiring your work, but the mortician's coming back. You either need to hurry the hell up or get out now before he catches you.
He shouldn't be back yet. Stuff shouldn't be done.
Well, he's talking to one of my mates. Well, actually, Jortis wouldn't know that, but yeah. Well, he is coming back. You know, he's sort of points vaguely in the direction over there. Over that way. And he's coming.
They kind of all look to each other, and they seem skeptical at first, though they kind of murmur, but what if he is coming back? We don't think he comes back. And they seem a little bit indecisive exactly what to do, all of them. Because they hadn't finished laying the traps, and...
Look, is this prank really worth getting the guy who buries the dead pissed at you directly? Because if he comes down here and he sees you all here, he will know what you all were doing. Look, I'll help you cover your tracks so we won't know it was you. But you know, we gotta go now.
They nod. One of them slips out the back. The other two finish setting up the bit, hastily finish up the bit of prank they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Finish tying up the strings and such. Giorgio's seeing the last bit they need to essentially do in this bit.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wants, he can easily speed them up by just kind of helping tie it all up.
I really don't like leaving the prank here done up, but I do want brownie points, so yeah, he'll help.
You don't have to. You don't have to, but you can help if you want to.
No, he'll help. He can appreciate a good prank. It's just a bad target, but yeah, he'll help.
They say it's a good target, you know.
Yeah. I just hope he still has a decent fort save after his years of adventuring. Save against heart attack.
Quickly, ask him what class he was.
The mortician.
Yeah, let's see.
The mortician. He used to be. I'm just going to read off his stat. I'm just going to read off a section of his stat book here for you. One sec.
Mm-hmm.
Is this actually working, by the way? Out of curiosity.
I don't think it's
No.
No. Okay.
still not.
That's fine. That's fine. I can still have a look at something here. He was an armor master fighter.
Oh.
Yeah, he should have decent fort then.
He was an armor master fighter who multiclassed into cleric.
That's awesome.
Okay,
Nice.
he's a wall of armor. He's a wall of armor with clerical spells. Oof.
Yep. He is
Um,
going to go batshit when he sees all of this.
But he does have a good fort save.
They target him because he's that creepy old guy everyone's scared of.
Yeah, he probably wasn't channeling that much. His charisma.
His charisma is not great. His channel was not his major thing. But, you know, things happen.
Channels
Not
and their
every-
supplementary thing.
Not everyone is min-maxed. So, but with that, well, the kids will kind of scatter and evade and try to get away.
Yeah, Jortes will essentially be scattering as well, but trying to follow Lucky at the same time.
This is not going to be the easiest thing to do. The kids aren't making it particularly easy to keep track of them, after all.
No, of course not.
Could I try and make a perception check to follow one of them?
Yes,
the
but
sky.
since you don't know who's who, you'll have a 1 in 7 chance of getting lucky.
It's better than nothing. Also getting lucky.
Sure, given your
Up all
altitude,
night to get lucky.
you
Up all
know,
night to get lucky.
given your altitude, just roll me a d7. You don't need to. You don't need a perception check. Given your altitude, just give me a d7.
6.
Okay, you're following number 6. I'm not telling you who number 6 is, but you're following number 6. Jortas.
Yep.
Well, given the situation, this sounds like tracking. More precisely here.
Perception tracking?
Do you have the talent for perception tracking?
No.
It sounds like survival.
No. Come on, I'm just trying to keep sight of him as he runs through the town. It's not like I'm following footsteps most of the time.
It's not the easiest thing here of them all scattering, though, for you to keep track, especially considering you're also needing to hide.
I will take a penalty on my perception if you let me use it over survival. Come on.
You can make a survival. I believe in you, Tinder.
I really can't.
I do not believe in you.
It's untrained.
Okay, sure. Sure, I'll let you do it, but you're going against a DC that's 10 higher.
I am okay with that. It's the
Considering
difference
the difference
between a
between
+1 modifier or a +22 modifier. Like, a nat 1 on perception is better than a nat 20 on my survival. 41, there you go.
Right.
Hot diggity daffodil.
Jortas can do his best to try and keep track. It's not easy. It's actually really not easy. Given the fact that Hakeem's actually really evasive. They're actually, despite it also doesn't help that since they're one of the smallest of the group, they're also one of the best at hiding in the group.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Keeping track of them is actually one of the hardest people to keep track of.
Hmm.
And they kind of dart, and all of these gravestones, they can hide behind pretty much any of them. As they kind of move back and forth and dart about. But Jordan can kind of keep track. Farrock? You here, Bigby?
He's typing.
Why don't you give me a perception check? And a +5.
To spot kids scattering. Wow.
Whoa!
Wow.
Jortes,
Damn.
Way to almost show me up.
Jortes, give me a stealth check.
I can't beat that.
You see, well, in that case, you
My
see,
maximum would be 39.
you see You do. Admittedly, it's dark. It's dark. Admittedly, it's your advantage actually.
Well,
Given the darkness and
there
the
you
distance,
go then. 35.
yeah, that would be enough with the darkness and distance.
Yay.
But not by much. I would reasonably say basically his effective roll there was a 34.
Jeez. So he sort of sees a shadow disappear and then can't keep track of it.
He does. Well, what was like he doesn't see your shadow in the first place. He almost
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Like, Fork is none the wiser. But it was close. It was close. Right. So, you almost got him.
Yeah.
Okay. Fork and the mortician go see the house has been absolutely wrecked and covered. It's basically been TP'd. When they get in range, at the mortician's like torch illuminates the place. He does not seem pleased.
No.
Kind of grouchy, though. Unlike what the kids expected, he's not super angry and just charging in. Just really, really grouchy at it. Kind of, he consigned that something would happen today. Sure. We can clean it up. I'll go around this side, you do that side.
Oh, such a good citizen.
The prank isn't quite turning out how they expected. They expect him to charge inside. But Mortician's not as scary as he looks, as it turns out.
To be honest, I also expected the mortician not to be here.
The shovel is for putting people in the ground, not putting people in the ground.
Though he is proficient with shovel as a weapon. Well, after all that kind of cleans up and Fork and him eventually go inside, they're going to have a fun situation. They kind of go inside. He pulls back his chair, which starts the entire thing going. Fork hears this very faint buzz, very faint sound of a string moving really quickly. And suddenly, the entire house, lights, suddenly there's this huge glow coming from the bathroom, and this wailing kind of sound, like. And then suddenly the bed on the far side of the room slides across the room.
Oh God.
And essentially, basically take all the paranormal activity and shift it down into a 5-minute period. With between lights, the power of ghost sounds, and that kind of stuff, all triggering in this huge cacophony. It's impressive. Give them that. The old man's reaction, though, is a little bit before he realizes it's a prank. His initial reaction isn't quite maybe not the best. As
he just pulls out his ghost touch shovel and goes, "Come here, I'm waiting for you."
No. He picks up his ghost crossed heavy crossbow and shoots it into the bathroom. And you're pretty sure you hear his mirror break. And then he takes his shovel and goes off.
Well, Sideline can fix that.
Yeah.
But it quickly becomes apparent, it's a giant prank going on. But it does take a while actually for the two of them to realize it's a prank going on, and that's what's going on. because there's just so much going on. It's really hard to tell, and almost hard to believe it is a prank because there's just too much going on. All the kids together might have invested together actually a few hundred gold on this project.
Jeez.
Wow.
Why?
Obviously, some of them have advantage, such as possibly their parents being people who like do magic items and stuff, which help. But regardless, it's a huge prank that Porg is kind of in the middle of, and left trying to work out what's going on to. Unfortunately, the full show didn't get to get seen. It did get interrupted. They still had more prepared. A pair of rucksacks can be found basically like thrown under where the bed slid to, which have this large supply of things inside of it, including smoke canisters that would have filled the whole house with like this foggy smoke, among other things.
Jeez.
Did the kids go over the top? Maybe. Maybe a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
several hundred gold pieces. For someone to. Oh, it's their money, I guess.
Assuming it's their money.
Assuming.
Jotas,
Mm-hmm.
you keep following along. And Sarah, you happen to land right next to him.
Yes! Got lucky.
Your test doesn't stop.
It turns out the numbering for it, by the way, was by age in the group, and Lucky is the second youngest, and you got number 6, which of course, well,
Got lucky.
Yeah.
Up all
You
night,
should
got
have just
lucky.
followed your test.
I know, but look, I got lucky.
You did.
Technically.
Not on
I meant-
purpose.
I meant to
So
play it's also difficult.
Jortes, admittedly, has kind of lost track of them. Not really. Like, he's out of line of sight, but you know where he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lucky is essentially there is a barn that's a little way out there. You basically saw him basically climb up the haystacks outside of and through the top window.
Yep.
Okay.
Basically hide inside and catch your breath. 'Cause he's been sprinting for like the last minute.
Yeah. Jortes needs to catch his breath as well, I imagine.
Yes. But
So
the point is, you know where he is, and you've explored around, and like the group's explored around enough that you know there's only one way out that barn. If he doesn't go out the window, he has to go out the front door.
yeah. So basically, Jortes is going to be like, right, I'm just going to follow him in there. You want to stay at the door? And he's not going to stop. He's just going to keep jogging or whatever as Sarah lands.
Seriously, okay, I'll give him a door. Just go cast invisibility and move there.
So Jordan goes up to the door.
Now Jortes is going to follow him in through the window.
Sure.
Sarah's gotta be
Make
keeping
me a
an
climb
eye
check.
on the door.
Where's it gone? There it
God,
is.
here we go.
21.
Hey.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can make the DC 15 climb check to scramble up.
That's like the only decent climb check I've made in 3 days.
And Jordan
And I've
pulls
had to
himself-
roll it multiple times.
It's no small distance you're climbing up. I mean, you're climbing up maybe like 20 feet up into the barn. You could get hurt jumping down from this.
Yeah, you could.
But you know, kind of hay bales to hill bales on the way up.
Mm-hmm.
As you pull yourself up, you don't immediately see him, but you hear him immediately.
Yeah. They just
lying down, basically like behind this huge pile of hay, and possibly in some of the hay, just panting.
yeah. Justice is basically just gonna flop down, sit down against the wall just inside the window. Also panting, just trying to catch his breath for a moment, and there's like, well, that was a good prank, just not enough time.
He was supposed to have been way longer.
Well, things don't always go to plan. I'll take the opportunity to take his stalker's mask off, help him breathe a bit better.
At this point, for all of you, by the way, all of you, because George is still in range of the window. You suddenly see this large kind of set of lights kind of flash from his house.
Whoa!
Oh
You see-
heavens!
Most people in town probably also notice this. Like if they're walking out and about. If you're inside the building, you wouldn't. But if you're kind of walking out and about, you might notice it. That his house, like, it's not like it all lights up like a Christmas tree. It's kind of like you suddenly just see this like large array of lights kind of glow from one window, and then suddenly there's kind of lights glow across the house. There's eerie green shine from under the porch. And a few other things.
Yeah,
I'm more
Jotas
ethical.
just watches it and laughs. Oh, that's amazing.
He kind
Well,
of crawls out and goes over and has a look.
yeah. Wasn't entirely sure what you guys were planning at first, but that is worth seeing.
Wish I could be closer.
Maybe next year.
It's not bright enough that you've got spots in your eyes.
Yeah.
You're quite a distance away from it.
Yeah, next year, another one or two people, another half an hour, you'll be grand. Just unlucky this year.
It's fine. Just get Wolf to make. We can get Wolf to make more stuff. Be good. Jortes would be able to pick up from it overhearing the conversation. Wolf, you were able to discern the identity of Wolf in the town.
Mm-hmm.
Wolf seems to be the oldest son of the town's alchemist,
Huh.
who seemed to have supplied quite a bit of like the sun rods and various things like that. Makes sense, admittedly.
But you know,
Also one of the oldest kids, probably like 15, 16.
so,
Yeah,
you know,
he's barely a kid.
back in my game, I basically did Wolf's job. Made all the alchemical stuff.
God.
Yeah, blew myself up don't know how many times. Sort of chuckles a bit.
Kind of staring at all the lights. Pretty amused.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't he be amused though?
Yeah, bit of fun.
Fun that
Don't-
clearly Thorok's gonna be cleaning up.
Yeah. Thorok's cleaning up, Sideline's fixing. Jortes is encouraging.
No, Sideline isn't fixing. He just sort of blinks at the giant plume of light going on over there and then leans over to some random kid that's near his stall and goes, "You have any idea what that's about?"
I'm sure
Also,
you
our
will
coming-
go and
coming-
fix when asked.
Yeah,
Thor's
but-
going to come to you and ask, "Can you might come in and repair them?"
He'll basically inform you it's probably one of the gang's pranks.
Mhm.
There are a couple of kid gangs in the town, and they're known for go. There's always one that does an over the top prank. There's always one that does it.
It's bragging rights, you know. Someone has to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
There hasn't been. It's better than last year. Last year's turned into pure vandalism, where they made a mistake and it caused the bell inside the church to fall down.
Oof.
Yeah.
They didn't mean to, but it turned out that way.
Yeah. Sometimes pranks go a little too far, accidentally.
Or they just make mistakes.
Yeah.
But Lucky kind of leans back, panting a little bit. Reaches his back pocket, pulls out a canteen, goes to take a drink, and realizes he doesn't have any. Casts crate water,
Nice.
takes a drink, offers you some.
Gladly takes it, drinks a bit, hands canteen back.
Kind of looks back out. The lights at this point fading out a little bit. Most of it over. George has probably heard the sound of glass break. during all that at a distance. Though Jordan was pretty sure he didn't see any part of the prank that would have broken glass.
But, well, I think you surprised him. A window or something just broke.
Well. Wasn't us.
Oh no. Any damages he causes to his own staff is entirely unrelated to us.
He nods. He agrees with this logic. Watching out. Well, now it's kind of the ball's in Jortez's court. What does Jortez exactly? How does Jortez exactly want to approach this? Is he going to just outright confront him here about stuff, or is he going to just basically try to spend time befriend him here and then maybe just kind of work out who he is and go back to his place, work out where he lives or something like that?
He would like to befriend him some more first. Basically, exchange names, talk a bit about each other's gangs back in the day. Or back in Jortez's day, it's still currently Lucky's day.
So your focus right now isn't gaining support or anything like that. It's just trying to improve your relationship with him.
Yeah, it's gaining some trust with him. Because right now, if I turn around and go, by the way, we need you to lead us through Death Zone, he's going to tell me to get lost and peg it again.
Okay. Sure, in which case you can make a diplomacy check to influence another person's person.
Yay. Ugh, 21. It's still basically average roll, but ugh.
That would have been a failure, but brownie points.
But I helped him out.
The brownie points lowered the DC. That was a success instead.
Yay! And this is why I was helpful.
Yeah, I already think I just spent my brownie points, which may or may not have literally been brownie points.
Brownies.
Brownies.
Evil brownies. The Torn did make brownies.
Hey, the SRD's back up.
That's good.
Yay!
Google, you fixed your shit. Good job. Okay. Jortez. They don't give their real name to you.
No, of course not.
Yeah, they were throughout the night they're just lucky. That's who they are.
That's fine. I'm perfectly comfortable calling him Lucky.
And then but you kind of befriend him, and that kind of goes on. And eventually, he says he's gonna have to go back to his place and stuff. Thanks you for the help.
No worries.
He's by himself now, and it turns out Jortez stealthing. He's probably not going to spot Jortez stealthing. If Jortez wanted to stalk him back, he probably could.
Yeah. I think I'll probably excuse it as walking with him into town, and then when we actually get to town, splitting off and then circling back and stalking him the rest of the way.
That you can do, especially between your increased move speed.
Mm-hmm.
And as said, the fact that, he physically couldn't spot Jortez if they're stealthing.
Woo!
You can do it.
Yay.
Because when they get back into town, they're not going to be jogging back to their place and drawing attention to stuff. They're just going to be walking.
Yeah, just a casual stroll.
So even Jortez moving at half speed, if he's hustling, you keep up.
Mm-hmm.
That means you're moving 40 feet around, he'll be moving 30 feet for walking.
Yeah.
You'll be able to keep up. Well, as the entire kind of situation circles around, you do see where they end up going.
Mm-hmm.
As the kid dressed as a mummy, as they were,
Mm-hmm.
works their way around to a rather nice house that's rather close by to the tavern.
Oh, convenient.
Actually, like opposite the tavern. Though they don't go through the front door, they kind of sneak around to the back and then work the.
Hmm.
Yeah, they weren't out at this hour. What are you talking about? I was here this entire time. It couldn't have been me.
Yeah.
Climbing up this large series of crates they basically stacked up behind their window. Conspicuous, maybe, but no one really know who's going around the back of their house. So, yeah. But there you go. That will be that.
Yay. I made a friend.
Yeah.
And all I had to do was stalk him again.
Well, you made a friend, and then you stalked your friend.
I made
no,
like
I
40
stalked him,
friends.
then I made a
It's fine.
friend, then I stalked him again.
I suppose that's true.
This is how Dortes seems to make most of his friends.
Stalking.
Yes.
Do little orphans count as a friend or half a friend?
If
Because
there's
they're all so small.
depends on the size of the creature.
Given by the fact that you generally can fit four creatures in the smaller size category in the upper category space.
They're a
quarter.
quarter.
Then I made like 20 friends.
Though, admittedly, that doesn't really work for small because a tiny size creature can only fit 4 in a medium space. But
Mm-hmm.
But technically,
If you pack them together real tight.
we'll pack you together real tight soon.
Oh. Is that a euphemism?
You take that as you wish.
I believe it is.
In other news, night phase is over
Yay.
for the most part. It goes relatively well, honestly.
Yeah, we're all
So
still
nothing-
alive.
So nothing interesting happens to Torn.
Nothing too interesting happens to Torn.
Hell, and he's probably just like picked up a stick.
Except,
Oh crap.
Torn does run across one minor problem.
Oh crap.
Torn,
Mm-hmm.
you see the costume of a certain kid you may have given a wolf extract to.
No, really.
Mm-hmm. And you see them down the far side of an alley, on the floor, kind of holding their leg. Clearly, looks like they've heard it or something. Kind of crying a little bit.
Torn's gonna go see what's up.
It turns out this was a trap.
I figured there was a 50% chance that this was a trap.
Because as you approach, he just stops crying and smiles slightly. And suddenly Torn doesn't realize it. He puts his foot essentially in one of basically those hunting rope traps that pull up the prey?
Yep.
That.
Yay, upside down Torren.
And suddenly you see the overly decorated and sparkling mask that could only be made by one artist.
If only
Do
I
it.
could be
Do
so
it, Elliot.
grossly incandescent.
As Elliot stands there, and adjacent to him, you see the bow and the mask matching Rylan. As they kind of wave to the upside down Torn.
Torn just kind of waves.
Dangles.
Put a bucket of fish guts underneath him.
They help out the little kid they used as bait because they knew you'd react to them.
Mm-hmm. I am predictable.
Mm-hmm. And they have a planner with them. They know what they're doing.
I could
And then you
smell the trap, but I had to take the chance if it wasn't a trap.
And then you see some other kids come out.
Oh.
And you know what some of them have got?
Oh.
Fish.
No. No. This isn't funny anymore.
I argue otherwise.
As Brian goes
As
over,
do I.
as they're all kind of approaching, they get closer and closer, and Torrens probably like, no. Rylan suddenly cuts you down and simply declares, first one to hit him with a fish wins.
Run, Wolfie, run.
Torn's lighting a smoke stick.
Sure. You like a smoke stick.
Yep. I'm out of there. Fuck you guys, I'm out.
It doesn't change the fact there isn't that many exits, and the kids aren't going to give up that easily. I think it's almost, you can basically equivalent this to a cartoon scene at this point. Basically, Torrent running in and out of alleyways and like in and out of buildings, and kids with fish following him.
Well, considering I can run faster than any of them.
You claim that.
Oh shit, one of them has a run feat.
A few of them have the run feat.
Yeah,
They're kids.
fuck.
Kids
It
run
turns
a
out-
lot.
Yeah, it turns out a lot of kids take the run feat. Because they can retrain it. They retrain it when they go to adults. And you know what? What makes it even harder? Some of those kids can have fleet,
Yep.
pushing them to 35 feet. The couriers.
On the one hand, I'm smarter than them. On the other hand, they know the terrain better.
There's also more of them.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what makes it even harder? Elliot's a strategist.
God.
Torrent is getting fish.
Eventually, but he is not going to make it easy for them.
You're not going to make it easy. And the question is, how many times do you get fished? How about you give me some relevant skill check to say how well you avoid getting super fished? 'Cause the worst case scenario is you get pinned to the ground by all the kids fishing you.
Mhm.
Please let that happen. Please.
The best case scenario is you only get fished a couple of times. Oh, and by the way, well, Elliot's not doing it. Rylan is also running along with fish.
If he starts loading the fish into his bow, be afraid.
Can you make fish arrows?
Yes.
I mean, a fish skeleton's kind of like an arrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have very, very few relevant skills for this.
Oh!
Acrobatics.
Untrained.
Stealth is untrained, I believe.
Yep.
He's not good at this.
Survival? I mean, you're trying to survive against fish?
Not really. You could try the diplomacy method of, no, don't fish me.
That's not going to work.
You try
You could
the
try it.
intimidate
I could try it.
method.
I'd be opposing Elliot rallying them against me. It's not going to work.
You could try the bluff method.
That's your problem. You could, of course, just accept getting fished.
Climb? Get somewhere they can't reach you?
Unfortunately, my climb check is shit.
What I'm hearing is you don't have defense against this.
I don't have a lot of defense against this.
Let's try something.
Reflex?
Here's something. How about alchemy? For pulling random alchemical items that you mix on the fly out and toss, and using them as distractions.
Yeah, random alchemical stuff, more smoke sticks.
Yeah.
Didn't you have like a combat trick for your sun rods or something?
I
Ew.
retrained that a long
Oh.
time ago.
If you still had that, that would be definitely relevant for this. But retrain the combat trick. Torrent apparently is not. Apparently, Torrent is not fit for fight. Is not fit for running away from an angry mob. Essentially.
Not one that he doesn't want to harm anyway.
Except
Yeah.
running away from an angry mob, not confronting an angry mob.
Well,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
I
but-
could. I have a potion of fly. It's just not worth using.
Wait, question.
Hmm?
These children aren't evil, are they?
No, they're not.
You could holy bomb the fuck out of them.
It deals half damage
They're
to neutral creatures.
Oh, some of them might be neutral, damn it.
Probably the majority of them are neutral.
That's a shitty.
But most kids don't have a strong enough sense of ethics to push them one way or the other.
Yeah.
And you know, if they really were good, they might not be chasing a guy through the street with fish.
They're not evil. Not good.
No, not evil. Just maybe not good.
You know, I think the only relevant thing to do here would be to attempt a constitution check to just outlast them in running.
You can try a con check to outlast them.
My adult lungs will survive your child lungs.
The problem is, if you've seen some kids can go for a surprisingly long amount of time.
Yeah, they
Fortunately.
just don't run out of energy.
Let's use my constitution mutagen. I was saving this for going through constitution damage if we were going to the dark road, but thankfully I can just make these once a day. So, boop, 13. I
Ooh.
didn't. Well, I get fished.
Torn,
Yep.
you aren't pinned and fished. But most of them get a good strike on you, and you even get fish basically stuffed down the back of your clothes.
Awful.
Oh, good kids.
Admittedly, not all of them are actual proper fish. Some of them are just things that have been made fish-centered. Close enough. Though all the fish that are used, you'll be happy to know, were basically like, oh, this is when technically I shouldn't sell this now because it's technically out of date.
So it's just extra stinky.
It's extra stinky, but the thing is, it was going to be thrown away anyway, or turned to animal feed, so it's not that bad.
Yeah.
It's not being too wasteful with the food. Torin has a rough night.
Again.
Well, not a rough night because they're not being too bad with it. But he's probably not enjoying the smell of fish all night. That's for sure.
Again.
Oh yeah, no. As soon as Thorin gets back to the tavern, he's thoroughly cleaning everything of his, and he's getting someone to help him clean off his stuff.
And as you're in the middle of it, you see something poke through the bathroom window.
Mm.
You see Ryland's hand with a fish poking through the bathroom window.
It's like some kind of really bad horror movie.
Then.
I throw something.
What do you throw?
I don't know, considering I'm in the bathroom, probably a bar of soap or something. I don't know.
Congratulations, you strike his hand. Which one, you hear Rico go, ow. 2, he drops the fish into the bath.
Well, the fish is back in water now. It's how it should be.
Thorin's just going to place the fish on like a little stool or something next to him and just wait for the next person to try something. And then he's going to throw the fish at him.
Nothing more occurs. Nothing more occurs. That was the last thing for you. They did not tell the kid that you stay at the tavern.
I'm pretty sure most of them could figure it out. Thorin is a
That's
pretty
true.
blatantly obvious man.
That's true. There is the other thing, which is by the time essentially all of this is over, it's basically that kind of point. It's late enough that most of the kids are going back to their house instead. It's too late at that point for them. Partly because it just gets so dark.
Mm.
Various other things. The Torin does eventually get a break. The only other thing that occurs to Torin is when he goes back to his room, he's going to find a bucket half a bucket full of fish, basically set with a note on it saying the leftovers.
Hey.
Oh, Thorin's not going into his room. There's still a trap in there. There's still 3 traps in there, actually.
I know. I'd say the next time that Torin heads to his room, he'll find that in there. Now, did any of your traps get triggered in the meantime? You don't know. But,
Oh, jeez.
it is the end of the night. All of you can meet the next morning.
I just basically talk to children all day at night, right?
Pretty much, and your night goes perfectly fine actually, and you make some friends.
Yay!
You don't
Hey,
really learn anything,
friends.
That's not the goal. I'm making friends. The city's nice.
but you made friends.
Sideline likes friends.
You've made friends.
You all just find Torn tucked away in some remote corner of the tavern, just kind of asleep in a chair.
It's pretty much the back corner that you guys have basically grabbed and reserved for yourself at this point.
Hey, can I have some bacon? Thank you. Sideline takes the flesh plate of bacon, sets it on Torrin's sleeping lap.
I think he's
And
dead.
waits.
Yep, stands there.
Yeah, the bartender's kid can certainly get you some bacon.
Yay.
He's back at work now, you know. Yeah, thank you.
Bacon.
You secretly slip bacon without people noticing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Guys, I think Torrin's dead. He's not moving.
Yes, he is. He slipped some bacon.
He'll live somehow. Frick, how did you run into the mortician? Is Bigby here?
Bigby's
Okay.
dead.
I'm here.
Oh, were you muted?
Yeah.
Yeah, how did you run into the mortician? Because that was either very good or very bad timing. I don't know which.
It was. Well, I was just chatting with him. We ran into each other while I was wandering around town. And
Well, it was pretty good timing. It gave us a bit of a warning that he was coming down.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're a
we
bit
were-
easier to spot.
hey, we were going back to his place to have a drink or two, discuss his old stories and some of our
Yeah,
adventures.
I heard things got a bit eventful.
Aye. Did you know that he's an old armor master?
No?
No, but it's good to bear in mind.
Armor master and cleric, actually.
Hmm.
He shot his mirror with a ghost touch crossbow.
Oh. Why? Oh,
Because-
right, okay.
Yeah.
Aye, yes. It's probably not. You may want to inform the kids that it's probably not the best idea to try and prank him with any kind of undead shenanigans because
Yeah.
he kind of doesn't like.
I was
at all.
planning on it. I actually managed to
Aye.
make a bit of a rapport with Lucky last night as well. Turns
Aye.
out he lives like opposite the tavern.
Interesting. Okay. That's good, but okay, wait. It's been 2 days, hasn't it, since we... So we have a week and a day.
Mm-hmm. You have a week in 2 days, because I included that in before. I included that in the
okay.
equation before, so week in 2 days. Which, if you include today as one of the days, week in 2 days.
Yeah.
We'll have what, 11 days.
Okay, I'm going to be straight up honest here. I have no idea how we're going to ask this kid. Like, how old is he? Like, 9?
You don't entirely know.
He's like...
Probably
high.
somewhere around 9, you're guessing.
I don't know if it's really... I regret to take a child into the environment we're going to.
It's definitely a bad idea, but I don't see a way of us surviving.
No, it's important
getting
to
through
know, if they
without
know
a
the way
guide.
through it, that means they've had to go through it already once. At least.
That
What
as
else
well,
going
yeah.
there?
Probably multiple.
Mm.
I tell you what, I was planning on trying to go and see him again today, meet up with him, hang out a bit.
Sideline?
and
Yeah?
You can roll me a knowledge local check, by the way.
Oh.
and I was
You
planning
spend most of the
on
day wandering around town.
I was planning on asking him if he'd heard of the Bride
31
route before. So
31.
Yes.
Yep.
Try.
The tavern across the street, the house across the street is the same. It's the house of the tavern keeper.
How's the tavern keeper? Wait, that means
I mean, the kid,
Wait.
the kid that's been serving us doesn't match the description, does it?
I'm. I mean, he's the right height.
I mean, you talked to him, didn't you? Do we sound similar?
Similar, yeah. They sound quite similar.
I mean, I suppose it could. If it's not him, it could be a brother. I mean, he didn't take his mask off at all.
No, he did take his mask,
No.
which makes it difficult because also remember his disguise was basically a mummy. He was wrapped entirely, so you couldn't really tell me details about him.
His
Yeah,
familiar also wasn't with him.
But a familiar only has to be within 1 mile.
yeah.
From what we've seen. Is a raven anywhere nearby?
Yes, as the raven is currently on the rafters, basically being like standoffish of I'm not going to come down to you.
Okay, he's a first level familiar, so 6 intelligence.
Torn just kind of holds out a piece of bacon in the
I was
familiar's
going to steal a
general
piece.
direction.
I was going to steal a piece of
And
Torn.
it's not necessarily a first level familiar given situation.
Okay, but it's at minimum a first level familiar. Of course. Do I want to try this?
Torn just holds out a piece of bacon out to the familiar's general direction. Not really moving much otherwise.
It will fly down, essentially doing a flyby attack, grab a piece and fly off.
Hold on. I'm going to see if I can ask for it. What's his name? Rain something.
Mhm.
Okay, here comes the awkward part. Getting near enough to Rain without other people being able to overhear.
If you have message spell, you can message spell a familiar.
I always forget I have that. Yes. So just go kind of...
You know, as a DM, I'm allowed to give you suggestions.
That's true. It's fair enough to remind me of my little cantrips. So just kind of...
Sarah would certainly be more familiar. She's had how many years of the cantrip to learn?
Actually, not that much. I got that at like 5th level.
Okay. She still had months and months and months in character
That's
and things
true.
like this.
That's true. So just go kind of waddle up, say, message Rain and be... Could you do me a favor?
It looks down towards you. It doesn't answer, it just looks down towards you. Acknowledging you.
If you do it for me, there's something in it for you. Whatever you'd want. I do have some shinies you might want.
He quirks his head slightly.
I want you to... Did your master go out dressed up weird last night?
The familiar looks over at the boy, sees he's currently busy, looks back, nods.
Was it as if he's wrapped up in stuff?
He could just.
The familiar's going to fly out.
Bye?
And a few minutes later, he's actually going to fly back in.
Welcome
And he's
back.
going to land on the table right in front of you and Jortes.
Mhm.
And put a very well made dark mask down on the table, which is very familiar to Jortes.
Oh,
This is what he was wearing last night.
That was
Asking
indeed
the
same
bird.
mask.
Yeah, just asking the bird for confirmation.
Nods.
Alright. I guess I get to have a word with him soon.
okay, Birdie. What do you want in exchange for this task? Please do not bleed me dry.
Sideline holds up a sideline class auto sparker because he's basically sitting next to Sarah and Jortes.
Do not give the bird a fire implement.
The bird does not seem interested.
Sideline turns it on.
Still does not seem interested.
Oh dear
Simon,
God!
put that
Quick,
away.
turn it off.
Sideline holds out the sideline class extendo stick, which is about the size of a pen.
Still does not seem interested.
Okay, hold on.
Pokes the ceiling with it. After
Still does not seem
putting-
interested.
Sideline.
Though I will say the auto sparker may have caught from the other side of the room the attention of Tibram, your the pyromancer.
Yeah. Sideline puts that away. Sideline pulls out a platinum piece.
It grabs the platinum piece and flies off.
You know, Sideline, you could just let me do that. Because I was the one who offered to pay him.
What?
It turns out what's the cost of this bird's services? Apparently, even in a recession, 10 gold.
Well,
That's an
okay,
expensive bird.
we have confirmation.
Birds are known to be very arrogant animals. Makes sense.
Now what do we do?
Also, Sideline will take out the auto sparker and throw it to timber him across the room.
Don't set it off in here, for the love of everything.
He looks over, and just reminds you, like looking at a candle on the table, that he can just make. He does a somatic component and lights a fire anyway with spark.
Yeah, that literally throws fire in every direction. All at once.
You know, he's kind of looking at like, I want to try this, and goes outside. He's a pyromancer, what do you expect?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. He's fine trying it out, just not in here.
You know, if no one else, at least have the pyromancer be the one who tries it, because at least the pyromancer knows fire safety.
I don't want to be partially responsible for blowing up another building.
You know, at least the pyromancer actually understands fire safety.
So,
Why does he understand fire safety? Because he's always using it.
experience. So, guys. Oh, that. Of course, the answer was exactly underneath our noses.
People already had hints that it might have been him.
Yeah, he did know a strange amount about the whole Abbey and road and everything.
Oh.
You know, he's
Okay.
kind of who we first got the clues off.
I didn't know that.
Oh.
Torin's dead!
Did Torin actually fall asleep?
Torin's
No.
been having a couple of somewhat restless nights. He's pretty tired.
Okay, for a
Hasn't
second I thought you
properly
actually fall
slept.
asleep. I was about to press my kick from cool button for Torin.
No, I'm good at faking that.
Because I remind you, I have 5 hotkeys on the side of my keyboard, which you kick user 1 through 5. You're number 1 right now.
Oh, jeez.
Yes,
You
I'm
should
aware.
be privileged.
George is number 2.
Just
Yeah.
store Torin in the bag for now.
Oh, come on! I should have done that instead of a platinum piece.
What, a gold
Sideline.
piece?
No, I was gonna give him one of my adamantine bullets.
No.
No, that's probably more
No,
valuable.
those are that is more valuable than a platinum piece.
No, not for me.
It's not for
But-
him.
If the Tavern Keeper
Where are
son
you getting
or-
adamantine?
I can find it.
Places.
Places. Just screw off.
He melts down dwarf beards.
Okay, so
It's a
the
great
Tavern-
source of it.
So the Tavern Keeper's son already knows that we're kind of interested
Yes.
in. Should we maybe just ask him?
Maybe. But let's not just straight out, you know, oh, do you want to come down the death road with us? Let's find out if he actually knows where it is first, or if he's been there before. You know.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, I was like, do we just come clean about our intentions?
Yeah.
I'm making
I-
it sound a
yeah,
lot worse.
I'm pretty sure he already knows our intentions are to go down there.
He did seem pretty creeped out, unfortunately, when Torin basically went maniacal laughter about it when he first found out, and it's like, ugh.
It's like, do I
Yeah.
want to go with him?
Like, Torin did not put the best impression of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Jortes basically orders another drink and asks the boy to bring it over.
As usual.
Yeah.
He'll do so.
Then he'll sort of take the drink. It's like, so, did you enjoy yourself last night? And he gives him sort of a knowing look.
Enjoy myself.
You
Didn't
know.
really do a whole lot.
And you two still have the mask.
Yeah, I was about to say he sort of taps the mask has the mask sat on the table just in front of him, sort of taps on it a little bit.
Cool mask. You. One of the two boys with you guys?
No, not one of those boys. Look,
Still cool though. He shrugs.
look,
Anything more?
look, Lucky, your bird brought us this. We know.
He steals things for everyone.
No. Come on, come clean. You know I'm not gonna dob you in or out. You know I was part of it.
kind of looks at you a little bit funny. Are you feeling okay, sir? Should I get the town doctor in here for you?
Sideline is confused and casts Greater Detect Magic to see if he has any lingering enchantment auras.
Sideline.
The boy does not have any lingering enchantment auras on him. I have to check the wording of Greater Detect Magic, though, or what it can do. Because I honestly don't know what you're going to detect from the boy. Because I need to know what the spell says. You detect magic auras in the area. Oh, no, okay. You Greater Detect Magic. You can find lingering auras up for 1 day per level, regardless of its... Okay, right. You can also see he... Right.
Sideline is confused. Just does
Alright. You can identify casters' aura, but that doesn't really matter for you.
Yep.
If you want, you can memorize Lucky's aura.
Sure, I'll do that.
So you memorize Lucky's aura. Because he in fact has an aura. He is a spellcaster.
Yep.
This is confirmed. Additionally, when you concentrate on a creature, you can automatically detect the last spell cast by the creature. If you want to work at the last spell that someone cast, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you care, you could do.
Sure, why not? I don't care.
Sure. Can you make a DC 20 something low spellcraft check?
20
Spellcraft.
something low.
I don't want to tell you his exact cast level,
Yeah, no worries.
but it's something low.
Do I
don't know
have
if
that?
Your bonus is ridiculous. I realize.
Yeah.
So let's just say, yeah, you get it. The most recent spell he's cast is let's have a look.
Innocence.
No, his most recently cast spell was Purify Food and Drink.
That also exists.
Works in a tavern. Who knew?
I know, right? It actually makes some sense.
As for lingering enchantment auras, like auras,
No.
like possession.
No, there is no lingering auras. There is no signs that he's currently under the effects of an enchantment, but there are signs that he's been under the effects of magic.
Yes. Flavor of magic.
Notably, there's a surprising amount of illusion magic surrounding him. I believe.
Interesting.
There's also actually there's a stronger transmutation than anything though. There's also been a transmutation that's been used on him recently.
Sideline will just start mumbling these things just so Sarah and Jortes can hear them. Really.
Yeah, like the one problem that's striking Jortes though is the fact that his voice isn't the same as it was last night. It's the issue.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I personally don't believe him, but Jortes would like to sense motive to see if he is purposely, like, misleading, or if he genuinely doesn't know what Jortes is talking about.
You can sense motive versus bluff.
Oh no, I can't. No, I can't.
Okay.
He sounds pretty convincing.
Calm. Wait, do we already know that his name is Calm?
Yes, you know his name, Calm.
Okay.
You've heard the barkeep shout it enough times.
Do you trust me to cast a spell?
Depends on the spell, ma'am.
Because if it wasn't you who was outside last night, then I'm very much wondering who's going into your room at such a late time at night. And Sarah will hold her hand out and say, I'm not going to cast anything malicious, just to share a small memory. If you so vehemently want to deny it. Perhaps I could even show your favor.
That's some class blackmail, isn't it?
Does Sideline literally just say this?
Sarah,
He says that as well
you
as
may make your choice of an intimidate or diplomacy check.
Intimidate. I don't mean to be
God.
rude, but I'm not good at diplomacy when I'm possessed.
Sideline does
Ironically.
actually say that. He says that while muttering the various auras that he's seeing on him. It's like, oh, that's a
The boy, you see that there's a lot of auras kind of like overlapping on the boy. Probably one of almost every school, honestly, that he
Really?
has had on him within the last, 1 day per caster level.
Oh, what the hell?
Sideline can tell Torrance had very nearly every cantrip cast on him within the past 24 hours.
He looks like he's about to say something more, then pauses for a moment, kind of biting his lips slightly. All of you want a private room. Barbara, do we have any private rooms left? Okay. As he kind of gestures for you to follow him. Right this way.
Does so.
Yeah,
Does
like,
so.
I will stand up.
I feel bad for him now.
Jortis will take the mask with him, so it's not just laying around.
Torn
going-
feels he would hurt more than help, so he's just going to remain sitting in the corner.
Oh, I was about to.
With his bacon.
I thought he was gonna continue sleeping, so Sideline was gonna do the sideline extendo stick, poke him in the face, and bring it back to him.
Well, to be fair,
Asking
Torn's not moving, so Sideline with his absolutely shit sense motive would
Yeah,
probably...
that's true. And this would be a range attack, so you would probably aim for the nose or something.
Well, the thing is, technically it's not range attack. Technically it's just a melee attack with reach.
Yeah, it's like reach with like 3 levels of reach.
Yeah, the point is it's still a reach weapon.
Yeah.
It's okay, be buff wizard.
So yeah, it's make a melee attack. I would argue it's probably a -4.
Well, then it's.
But you're only going off to touch it.
So 17 versus touch.
Yeah.
Torn just kind of swats it away and then just kind of shifts a little.
Bacon of plate falls on the ground.
No, it
No.
quite distinctly does not.
Okay.
Although, to be fair, it's just a plate at this point.
Oh, where'd the bacon go? Did you steal it? Sam looks up at the raven.
The raven shakes his head.
Huh. Someone is
Sibling
confused.
coming.
Yes, I'm walking.
I told you he was eating the bacon.
I don't believe you. Maybe I do. I don't know. I'm still thinking. How did you do that?
Mira knows what's happened, but she's not going to reveal the fact she has more sense motive than Sideline.
I'll show you later how he did it.
Okay.
You know why Mira has more sense motive than you?
Because she actually had a lot more intelligence score.
And a lot more wisdom score.
Yeah.
She's
And probably
not
charisma
good.
score.
Yep.
She is a mental fortress. She has, admittedly, her physical stats are 0, 0, 0. Well, more precisely, null, null, null.
She's incorporeal.
She's a VHS box.
No! The worst fate of them all.
Could be worse, could be Laserdisc.
Oof.
Ouch.
Okay. But all of you did, in fact, request that, all of it's been, you all requested a private room,
Oh my.
and this tavern actually has a couple of them.
As Jordan.
Because the town does get the town isn't huge, but it does occasionally get large bands of travelers coming through, which sometimes means you need these extra spaces. Or sometimes people want to host like private parties or whatever sort, and it's nice to have a space for it.
Sure.
So you're kind of led back and to the back of the room. The boy unlocks the room using one of the keys on his belt. And we'll gesture for all of you to go inside.
Does so.
Sideline will stand there.
Or would you like to go inside?
Sideline.
Sideline will gesture for him to go in.
If you so request, sir. He steps into the doorway and holds it open for you.
Thank you. Sideline will go in. I don't want to get locked in a room.
You know, if it locked us in, then I could have gotten us out. And failing me, you would have broken the door and then fixed it afterwards.
Mm-hmm. We're not going to follow up on that blackmail, are we? I don't know. I feel bad about doing that. Sarah, you're not a nice person.
Thanks, Sideline.
Well, he is kind of right. You're not a very nice person.
How did that migrate on 4?
Oh god.
Thorok has stolen the hat and the cheese tray.
I don't want the hat or the cheese tray.
Just swap token places.
Ew, Sideline, move down.
I love that by the power of token migration, they just slipped onto the door.
It fit perfectly as well.
It did. Like the chain and the gold chain and stuff below, or whatever that is, looked like it was like beard engravings.
It was it's just like a wreath of like various woven straw and stuff.
But essentially, he stands at the top of the stairs. Do you need any more of my services? As he kind of, clearly is putting on an act to make sure you know what's going on. Oh, you need some drinks? I'll be back in a moment. Okay, leaves the room.
Okay.
Comes back with this large platter of drinks. Closes the door and will come down. Puts them on the table. And then kind of flops down, legs tucked in close to himself on one of the cushions.
Yep, Jortes does similar on another cushion.
Yes, or sit on some sofa thing.
Sideline likes standing.
Look, Callum, I'm sorry about that, but you weren't being very pliable. I'm not actually going to show your dad.
To be fair, we were
choice of
being rather blunt with it. We really should have tried speaking about it in private rather than in front of everybody. But I'm blaming that on only recently getting up.
I don't know. Also, I don't know if you've noticed. Also, your friend in blue is he kind of waves makes like a circular motion next to his ear.
Yeah, he's very
He
completely
has a few positive qualities.
Also, any of you who have noticed him in the tavern, his demeanor has completely changed here now. He's talking to you. In the tavern, he's normally really jittery and kind of really jittery and kind of nervous. No, he's completely relaxed.
Yep. This is the lucky from last night.
Quite a little actor, aren't you?
Well, you have to be when you're, doing those kind of things.
I'm Father's perfect little boy.
But you also like to have fun.
Of course.
Just...
I don't want to just do what you. I don't want to just be stuck in here all the time. It's bad enough I can't hang out with most people because I'm busy working.
Yeah, totally understandable. I completely get where you're coming from.
Turns out tavern work is pretty inconvenient timing.
Yeah, it's just been very busy lately, so kind of understandable at least.
He's literally just lounging back on the cushion right now completely.
Dortest takes one of the drinks he brought in and sort of holds it out to Callum, takes another one for himself.
Kind of takes it, looks at it, sits up a little bit to drink it. Kind of sticks on the table next to him, lays back down.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want then?
Well, couple of things. First, mainly, obviously we spoke to you the other day about the Abbey and the vote and blah 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 blah.
The crazy guy spoke to me.
Yeah, crazy guy. Basically, we've done a load of looking into it ourselves, so we're getting prepared for everything to do with it, because I'm sure you'll have worked out that we are planning on going in there regardless. No, but it's a case of either I go in there or I die anyway. Long story. But,
Well, I mean, if we're going to be so blunt with him, I think we should elaborate on why we're going in there in the first place.
wait, okay. Go
Oh,
ahead.
so sorry. I have to ask. He kind of sits himself up. He's his arms around his legs. around his knees to kind of hold himself sitting up properly, before he just flopping back down again. Kind of points over at towards Sideline.
Yeah.
You're not human, are you?
No, not completely. Completely not human. Sideline takes off an arm, takes off his chest plate, puts it back
Sideline,
on, puts on his
stop.
chest.
No, you do this too much, and it's
I
really
mean,
disturbing.
he did kind of take his eye out in the middle of the tavern the other day. Although you weren't around for that, so yeah.
I suppose it does give it away that I've been here for a few days and haven't actually used a room yet, or slept, or actually rather sat down comfortably. It's pretty easy
Yeah.
to tell.
I kind of noticed that when I went to go clean your room.
Yeah, you don't need to do
Did-
that.
Did Sideline even realize he had a room?
I don't. No, I don't actually. I generally just walk back to the ship if I need to put stuff back.
And the fact I found this as he kind of throws across the room with decent accuracy at least. A small copper gear that Sideline lost.
Yeah. Apparently, I'm shedding. Finally takes it, looks at it.
That's a thing you do?
No. Sideline looks at it confused for a bit. And you can see his eyes flash a few times as he flips it over and reads the serial number and says, "How did I lose that there?" He pulls up a pant leg and jams it in his ankle. Jams it.
But yes, we have a death wish, essentially.
It's more of a life wish, because, you know, like I say, have to go in there or I will die.
Good luck.
should elab- You should really elaborate on the reason why you're going in there in the first place. After all,
Right, well, long story short, I've been cursed by Camilla. I know the Abbey in there's connected to her. We've had a clue that if I come here, that I'll be able to start working towards breaking it, and that's my best bet. If I don't break the curse, I will die. So it's basically a case of I either die doing nothing, or I die trying to fix this.
Get to the brick house and no, brick wall in the house.
You know, it's not the greatest of situations. I'd love to not go in there. I don't have a whole lot of choice.
No, have fun with that.
Yeah.
Uh,
On that note,
Kind of,
I-
kind of slays back down.
yeah. On that note, as I said, we've looked into it. I got risk my life getting a bunch of information, and I know the way into it's the Briarkin route, but I don't know where it is. Now, Sarah over there wished for guidance last night and was advised to look for the one called Lucky, which sort of casually points at Callum.
ta-da.
He sighs loudly, very loudly.
I know, we may be taking it a bit too literally, but, you know, it's... Oh, only chance and all that, so... Any idea?
let alone that, I don't know your expertise in the thing, but we also need to get through the Dark Road. And judging that the place is essentially a sort of demi-plane similar to the plane of Shadow, none of us stand much of a chance of navigating it.
Without a guide, at least.
Yes.
Or incredible amounts of luck.
And we've been under the impression that you perhaps would know.
Either you know or you know who knows.
7. I was 7 at the time.
Backstory.
I passed right. I got guided through the road. The entire thing.
Who guided you?
Cacklon himself.
Oh jeez.
Nice.
At least he called himself Tacklon. Could have just been some guy, I guess. But
Spirits and
nice.
stuff are weird.
It's nice to think it would be the spirits, though.
Spirits set up a guide similar to you every so often to act as a contingency in case someone like us, comes along to maybe want to solve the problem in the first place. After all, this intrusion in the magical aura of this area is acting like a plague on the land.
It's really weird.
It is.
He kind of looks over a little bit confused, trying to figure out exactly what you just said.
Welcome to Sideline. It's fun.
It has a lot of repercussions. Essentially, whatever funky stuff is going on over there is having a lot of repercussions.
Alright, I guess.
And the spirits,
Yeah.
while they cannot deal with it themselves, they often set up guides, such as yourself, with knowledge of how to get through it. So, in the case someone like us shows up and want to go deal with the problem ourselves,
We'll try.
try. Hopefully it will succeed. I don't want Jortus to die.
I
have
don't
to find-
particularly want to die.
I happen to have a fondness of you, Jortas.
Oh,
Thank you. I'm fond of you too.
It's not that bad.
No.
but I'm sure you see what we're hinting at. Chances are, if we were to go by
Well-
ourselves, we would die.
Oh, no chance about it. We would.
Sucks to be you. Could just not go.
That's
Yeah,
not
it
the
could
first
not
Says
go
help.
and then die.
Isn't this the part where he says you'll help us? Remember how this conversation goes?
This isn't a bard tale sideline.
Oh.
Sorry, but just because I've made it through there once doesn't mean I have any interest again. Okay,
You could make it worth your while.
Kind of sits up. So bargaining, right?
Such
we
as
are
the
not
place-
fools.
Such as the placement of people who don't have leverage. Well, unless... No, I already said I wouldn't do that. You can have my word on that much.
And remember, you owe me for last night. That guy stuck a crossbow bolt through his mirror because of you guys. Who knows what he would have stuck through you if he'd caught you.
Hey, because you guys decided to throw a prank at the man who has dealt with many, many undead in his past.
We know he has. Kind of the point.
Hey, but you've done it because he's paranoid of it, and so you were likely to take a crossbow bolt to the head.
You weren't planning to be there at the time.
Also, he's a lot more powerful than you all give him credit for. He may be old, but he was a very strong adventurer in his past.
Okay. Cal, you're... what? 10? 12? Hot or cold?
Does it matter?
Kind of.
Raise an eyebrow to you.
Okay, I'm trying to approach a baseline of respect and connection from your line here.
Sorry, it's a little bit hard to want to when someone's asking me to do a suicide trip.
Oh,
Trust me,
bad news.
if we thought it was a suicide trip, we wouldn't be going anyway.
Suicide for you guys.
Yeah.
That's debatable. Many times people have told us it's suicide, and it hasn't been.
As you can see, death hasn't actually stuck to us.
Yet.
We're not dead
Well,
yet.
Sadden looks like
I'm
you're
not
about
dead
to say something
Nope,
in
nope.
contrast to
Everyone
what you guys are.
Hello, Reaper, my old friend.
Everyone in town's not dead yet.
Scared to suck with you again.
No, but if nothing's done about this, they might. Which is the big problem.
Oh, yeah, you can help with pumpkins,
Hey, that's the spirit trying to protect you all.
assumably. Whatever it is not good.
Okay.
You've noticed the pumpkins don't stop coming.
Yeah, everyone knows it. Just how it is.
Hey,
Not other places.
no,
Here-
it's really not. Aye, because as we've learned, land suffused by Carmela's magic and all that. So,
He kind of twitches a little bit when you say Camilla's name.
We know the people around here don't particularly like to talk of her, and there's fear that she'll come back and such like that. And truth is, she will. He'll hold up his ring finger. This thing that I'm cursed with contains a good portion of her soul. It absorbs other people's, well, basically souls in attempts to keep her alive. I'm working to destroy this to make sure she cannot come back, as well as to free myself and the boy that's currently trapped inside it.
Hey, in case you haven't heard about me, which you probably have, if anyone's been spreading rumors, I specialize in destroying evil mages.
But he's not really picky.
Actually, I am. I am very picky.
Sideline pats himself on the chest. Nope, not destroyed. Nope, I'm doing pretty good here.
Exactly.
Oh, he did lose a gear.
That's because I'm over 5,000 years old. That's the difference.
He looks like he just flat doesn't believe that. That doesn't seem.
He's
It's-
spent 1,000 years staring at a wall.
That still doesn't answer the problem.
Believe it or not, he's telling the truth.
He'll stick with the believe it or not.
How do you think I fixed an airship?
But
By
okay.
knowing how, by just being good at engineering.
I mean, that is an adequate answer, but beside the point.
Look, I'm sure you speak the old language of give and take. There must be something you'd want, even if this is suicide.
There is no such language. Oh, wait, no. That's a metaphor? Hyperbole? What's the word?
Close
yes.
enough. Close enough.
Because I'm sure you.
He kind of sits up, kind of pushes himself up and just picks up the tankard that he was given by Jordas. Looks to drink some. He's clearly at least thinking, if there's anything that actually make it worth it. For him.
You may have noticed that both me and Sideline here are, well, let's just say we've made most of these things. So kind of like pillar of robe, flash of fortune charm. We can make quite a wide variety of magical items. On top
I could
of
make
that,
you a friend.
you could do that.
He can make little robots kind of like himself. That's what he means.
Equally, but as much as I don't want to, I have money.
He kind of pauses for a bit more, kind of thinking. At least, clearly try and give you some, way of making up with him, because this is, pretty big deal.
Yeah.
He doesn't really look scared so much more as a case of, oh, not again.
Out of character, if we were willing to risk that Ion Stone as a form of insurance, the one
Which
that stops you
one?
from dying.
One that stops you from dying.
Yeah, we have that one
Yeah,
which was stop you from dying one time.
Oh, right.
We could offer that as a form of insurance for him if he does it. So worst case, we all die, he probably doesn't.
Well, the thing with that ion stone is that the way that it works is that it basically keeps you alive for a round afterwards.
And we could offer him some of your pie, or I have even a potion of cure moderate wounds that I could offer him.
Yeah, I mean, we've got... Well, the thing is, he's still unconscious. It puts you in a magic jar-like state.
Oh, that's kind of useless.
So, I think it's actually... It puts you in a magic jar and for like 24 hours at maximum.
Then you be ejected. Then you can be ejected back to your body. I don't remember if you do it or someone else has to eject you back first.
Okay, flawed. Saves you from death one time, then burns it until it's still grey. And what's the pale orange ball white do?
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, absorbs your soul as a
specifics on-
magic jar. Okay, you're
If you're
right.
discussing this, does one of you want to go ahead and grab your? Kind of makes the cuckoo kind of motion again.
Yeah, I'm
Hey.
pretty sure he's alright sleeping up there. But if you really want him down here...
Oh, he'll be coming along to this as well, won't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd hope so.
Frown slightly, but you know. So much
Yeah,
for
he's completely crazy, but he will kill himself to defend the rest of us.
Aye.
Shall I go fetch him, or would one of you want
I
to?
can.
I can go get him.
Sarah, one of you.
I'll go and carry him up here if I need to.
You could just...
Technically down. You go down a set of stairs in here. That's fine.
Down. Either way. Little details. Either way. So yeah. Tark goes up. Gets Tor and says, "Come on, we're discussing things. Discussing
Tor
things
just-
and we need you
Tor
there."
just kind of like quickly finishes his plate of bacon, sets it down, just holds out an arm for Thorok.
He wants to ride the
Fine,
dwarf.
fine, just... Here, let's go.
I don't think you quite understand how tired I am. I need help getting up and down the stairs. I didn't see which way you went.
You should really take me up on that offer of the physical training.
Ooh, one
Then
moment.
he's going to start dragging you down, I guess.
Your DM just realised he has some more snacks left. He's going to go grab a snack.
Alright then.
Yay, snap.
You as Team BC, you can consider more. You can talk between you if you have any ideas for possible things to offer. Before I'm back.
Mm.
My body's fine, Thorok.
As much as I wouldn't want to, I can offer a pretty decent chunk of money.
Yeah, well, most of us could. But
Oh,
I'm not sure
Torn's
money
got a
would just
bargaining
do
chip.
it.
Torn's got a bargaining chip he's gonna throw on the table.
I got a better one.
I don't think you do.
I think I do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fight.
Battle of the chips.
What's your chip? Mine's a Lay's. Joking.
What? Okay.
Lay's kettle chips.
Oh, yeah, we don't get them here.
Oh.
Also, don't call them
God
chips.
damn it, sideline.
Well, you guys do. It's just you don't. They're not called Lays over there. Because I know you guys have the bag design. I've seen the bag design before.
What the hell do we call them?
I'm gonna pull
I
it
can't
up.
remember. Okay, somehow we've already gotten
Walkers.
sidelined. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Walkers.
I don't have anything massively valuable.
Well, I have something that would be valuable to him in particular. Not many other people.
Freedom.
Yes.
hmm If he said he wanted to go on the airship, I was just going to agree regardless of what you guys wanted, just as a heads up.
Oh my
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I don't give a damn about that. Airship can basically be a museum. I don't care who's going on or off.
Actually, offering him a chance to go with us on the airship wouldn't actually be the worst idea, considering...
Oh, no, that's not how I was going to do. Not go with us. This guy's a kid. I'm not going to bring us with this stupid adventure.
Sideline.
I was going to let him just drop him off at the next town or wherever he wanted to go.
Oh, but you could do that too. If he wants that, that's up to him.
Taxi.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
sideline,
If he said he wanted it, then I was just going to agree.
The main thing is, though, it's a really good bargaining chip if we suggest it, because... Well, he doesn't doesn't seem
Kid's
too
got friends
happy
here. Why would we? Kid's got friends here. Where do you want to go?
He has friends in secret.
Oh, okay.
He's not exactly able to be out in the open with what
You back,
he likes
Dark?
to do. So,
I'm back. I'm listening to your very suggestions
Well,
Right,
my suggestion
Sideline
was
and
going to
Torin
be.
both had a bargaining chip.
because I also basically imagine a situation that's kind of here that you guys could even discuss this in character and private bit because Callum will have to go back to the main area and kind of
Work.
put on face that he's still doing his work and come back to serve you again in a few minutes' time.
Okay. Well, I have one suggestion.
Murder.
No. No.
that's completely against our goals for one, and for two, that's evil.
Depends on who were murdered. But anyway, what's
Mind
your...
control.
No,
What
no,
was your
you see,
thing?
no, you're misunderstanding Sideline. I think what he wants is to give him a murder of familiars.
No.
Oh,
Be
man.
awful. What is your bargaining chip, Buzz Sideline?
I could make him a security mannequin or a wax golem, exactly to his liking. So that would do the work for him.
You have to remember though, that's not going to last that long for a kid
Yes, I know.
because a kid will kind of kids kind
Outgrow
of
it.
change.
Yeah.
Maybe we can swap whatever curse is stunting George has growth onto him.
That's done with now.
I mean, as already noted, like Gallum was one of the smaller kids for it. Like he isn't that big.
Just like Jortes wasn't.
Pretty much
Yeah.
that kind of situation of there was a small kid at the pack.
All right, well, I got all the information I need to do what I want to do and say what I want to say. So next time Callum comes around to us, Torrance is going to look at him and say, "Oh, there you are."
Looks down from the doorway. The group. Got anything?
Yeah, actually, a couple of things.
All right, comes down the stairs. Popped himself back on the cushion.
So I know you do charity work for over by the orphanage.
Why not?
Some of them even call you Big Brother Lucky.
Yeah.
How much do you know about a 6-year-old kid about this tall? His name's Wolven.
Decent bit.
I'd like to know what he is.
You wanna know what he is? Oh. He just smiles a little bit, like, you don't realize.
Torrance just kind of sighs and goes, "He's one of two things, and I'm very worried about one of them, because one of them means that he could live a decent life and not have horrible things happen to him, or if he's the other thing, he's like me, and he will be hunted for the rest of his life, and there is nothing he'll be able to do about it." So,
What do
which
you
is
think-
it?
What do you think he is?
I'm sincerely hoping he's not a full-fledged werewolf, but
Oh, he's not a werewolf. The kid
Huh.
just burst out chuckling.
Is he just a skinwalker?
No.
Torrance
Yeah.
raises an eyebrow. What is he?
He's been that age he's looked that age for quite a while. I mean, yeah. Never raises age so slowly.
Care to elaborate?
Just kind of leans back a bit. He doesn't look like what people imagine them to. He's a tiefling.
Oh.
Huh.
The tiefling is past the human, it turns out.
Wow, I was completely wrong about that.
You were so off base there.
Hey, I pretty much
Wow.
so.
I mean, admittedly, he has scent. which was the big problem that Torin ran into.
Then he continuously went to me and Rylan first whenever we were playing hide and seek, and Torn kind of went like, okay, he's got sent. He's going straight to the lycanthropic members first and foremost. These are some big yellow flags, and I needed to be sure about this. But yeah, with that, Torn just kind of looks at Callum and goes, well...
He was going to you two first, because Elliot had specifically told him to.
Oh. Damn it, Elliot. Screwing with my mind and sense of morality here.
Elliot even basically like gave him basically a small item of each of yours so he'd get the smell so he knew what to follow.
You should really, Jordan, you should really go to Elliot before, just in case he's done something like that.
You know that
how he is.
That the chaotic good master strategist has, already taken all this into account.
Mm-hmm. Elliot doesn't tell me a lot. Elliot doesn't tell me a whole lot. I mean, what do you expect from a black
If you
dragon
ask him, he's pretty honest. If it's his own stuff, he's pretty honest.
At any rate, that's my curiosity sated.
Okay.
Tor just kind of leans back.
Want to have a drink? Points over to the large stack of drinks he brought.
Tor just kind of takes a drink.
It's all on your tab anyway.
What can I say? I like to pay forward.
No, distinctly, I like to pay forward. I'm the one who put 20 gold in your name.
That's me run out, by the way.
Oh, has he? Oh,
Really?
I'll have to pay for that.
Considering the private room here, he just kind of looks around. Smiles.
I'm sure you've heard a lot of what we were discussing. Has anything in particular struck your fancy? Do you have any
I said he was
ideas?
leaving the room a lot, so he probably didn't really pick up on most of it.
Well,
Yeah, I'm
I have a
assuming he
section-
listened in at the door a fair bit as well.
So, Callum, being that the rest of my friends are rather insistent on saving this particular jackass's soul from being eaten by Carmilla herself...
He twitches again, just you mentioning the name.
Screw you, Fuzzface.
You can suck it.
It's
Anyway.
Only
the
if you
twitch-
ask nice.
Yeah, it's almost a case like the twitch happens before he's even finished registering whose name you said. Just innate, in a way.
Now, we believe that Carmilla's curse is deeply tied into some things that are blighting the land, creating vaguely undead-looking abominations and all sorts of other horrible things.
The plants.
And the thing is, it's only going to get worse. You probably already realize this. Magic like that, eventually something's just going to have to take to it, and it's just going to accept it as this is the natural order of things, and this is how it should be. Right now, as far as we're aware, the land and everything else still thinks it's wrong, and so it's still fighting, but it's not strong enough to fight it. But real danger is when it just accepts it as fact. And I'm sure you wouldn't like all of your little brothers and everyone else to grow up in a land so corrupted as to wonder when it's all finally going to just break down and you start getting swarmed by
Okay,
fake
enough of the
remnants.
guilt tripping already. I think he
Oh,
gets the
no.
idea.
Oh no, I'm not done yet.
Well, I don't particularly want to sit here and listen to it all.
And
Then I'm going to chime up. I have two main propositions for you. If you come along. One, I can create something that is exactly lifelike, that will imitate you, that will do all the kitchen work for you, so you can go out and do your own willy-nilly stuff, and I'll come back every so often and update it and make sure it's still a replica of you as you age and grow. Two, we can give you the idea of providing you with whatever else you want. You can go along with us in the airship and experience the world.
Christ, I'm trying to make a dark point here so I can eventually get around to the point of making the kid out to be something of a hero, but then you shut me down. Christ, you're all soft-hearted.
I'm no
Yes,
hero.
yes, we are.
I'm no hero.
You could be, kid, and that's my point. That's the point I wanted to make until everybody decided to just interrupt.
Yes, but you were being all dark and gloomy, and last time I checked in my records, that humans are generally do like that.
Yes, but have you ever... Jeez, you do not understand anything of the sort to do with emotions or... You know what? Fuck it. I'm done. I'm done trying. I'm done. Another drink. Torn just grabs another tankard.
Just smile slightly as you just down another tankard. This is where it turns out it's been poisoned. You just collapse.
Turns out I have poison resistance.
You chose a bad person to poison in that case.
It would have been a bad person to poison, indeed.
Yeah, Torn just kind of chimes up one more time. It's like, you could save a lot of ass, kid. That's all I'm going to say.
And despite how many people think about heroics, they aren't all suicidal charges either.
Only 50%.
Shut up.
he just smirks at Sarah.
Look,
But
your opponent has to be the hero here. You're just the person facilitating us being heroes.
If
Not
that is
all-
what you...
Not being a hero doesn't always involve being the one to directly do something. There are a lot of unsung heroes who told who to go where, and because of them, a lot of people have been able to save a lot of people. And without them, well, guides and shepherds are truly the ones that guide fate. Sheep just kind of follow along. Unfortunately, I'm bad at both of those roles,
He
being
really is.
what I am.
I prefer to view myself more as a fence.
You just stand in the way of everything.
But anyway, you get...
If you're wondering why I assume that, I'm making more of a joke about me being an inanimate object in comparison to you.
But you're an animate object.
Inanimate object.
Technicality, yes.
Kind of go right next to sideline. Looks like him.
Oh, hi.
Careful, he has moving parts.
Yeah, don't get your hair stuck in him. Trust me, it hurts.
Kind of just looks up at Sideline for a few moments. Like, clearly he's considering something that Sideline had said before. Alright. Alright. Fine. He kind of he's also just kind of examining Sideline in a way, like, now he like got from my information that Sideline's not human. Possibly just kind of like, trying to work out like, what the hell is...
Need a hand? Sideline holds out a hand.
Not that joke again.
He takes your arm and walks back over and just sits down examining her.
oh dear.
What?
Right.
I have been informed that a lot of people
You
find
should
that
really
funny.
make those things harder to take off.
No, I do. It's just the fact that I made it really
Just-
easy for him.
Torn just kind of face palms and goes, "Oh my god."
Okay.
It's a lot better to just let them play with Sideline like a toy. It makes it a lot easier to get comfortable with them. Hell, how many times have I taken you apart, Sideline?
47.
There you go.
Alright. Look, you want my help on what is a really dangerous, really, really dangerous thing.
Yes.
Yes, we do. Do you honestly think we'd be asking if we thought you were going to be in any danger?
Kind of looks over to Sarah. You said you had something that would make sure I couldn't get killed?
Debatably?
It would make you a lot harder to kill.
Essentially.
There's always risk in these sort of things.
If you require more security, I'll
I'm
make you
not
something.
going to sugarcoat it. There's always risk in these sort of things. Things can always go bad. just like how things can go bad with the pranks, but like how your gang had your back and how I helped you out last night, we'll have your back. We'll make sure we will do everything we can to make sure you get out in one piece.
Also,
All
look,
right.
caster to caster, I understand getting hit a lot hurts, so we're going to be avoiding that.
This is why I generally stand behind him. Sideline points at Thorok.
Yeah, we all kind of stand behind him.
Aye, there are many reasons why dwarves are likened to rocks. I like to embody that.
Oh, here we go again.
He goes on about this
Thorok,
quite a
you
bit.
can
It's
punch
quite
through
literal.
steel. You're more than a rock.
Aye, but I want to be a rock for the enemies.
You want to be hard for your enemies?
Oh, God.
I couldn't resist.
Fairly looks confused for a moment, and then goes, "Oh, okay."
It's not too late to murder everyone.
Is that something
Please-
you whisper to yourself at the night?
Please don't. That might be hard to clean up.
Only slightly.
Right. Well, give me what you can to stop your guide getting killed. Then. You seemed oddly too calm about saying that.
We might want to prepare better for this.
Aye, we're not going to be going now.
But
Well, actually,
Also,
take a
there's the
spell to
fact
reach fair.
We have a lot of stuff to keep people alive, and honestly, you probably don't want to carry all of it. I mean, for one, you'd have to carry him. Points at Torin.
I'm not saying everything.
Fuck, I can't believe you're actually trying to joke at this one precise moment in your entire life.
He was making a joke?
I've got a few ideas.
I hope so. And you can use once, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Actually, that's a good question. What sort of caster are you?
Kind of looks.
That's the
over.
Mange Bane.
He kind of looks over. Kind of caster.
Aye, arcane, divine, psychic.
Arcane.
Oh, all right. Making
No,
sure. I know magic is nuanced and.
Well, he
Oh, I
kind
know.
of has a familiar, so I guessed it would be arcane.
A lot
know
of the
about
depths.
that.
A lot of the
I've-
depths in town are familiars.
Aye.
Yes,
I'm not
technically.
really sure.
I've seen a cleric with a familiar.
I'm not really
It's
sure.
not as common though.
I'm not really sure what I qualify as, given I could do some divine magic still. Kind of creates water and fills up a base in the room.
Oh yeah.
Hey, that in itself is incredibly useful.
I mean, if you want to... if you want me in sideline, we can, confer on the abilities, put you through a few tests, and we'll be able to tell you exactly what kind of caster you are.
So
I know
Sideline
one-
also immediately walks over, looks at the kid who's holding his arm, and also looking at his arm, and basically you can see his eyes flash a bit, like he's doing analyzing.
Oh, look, he's already started.
Sideline. It's
the kid-
rude until they give confirmation.
The kid wielding his arm like it's actually the extendo stick pokes Sideline in the face.
Sideline's glasses fall off, and he shakes his head, getting out of the analyzing mode. What? Oh, hi.
He kind of just waves your hand in front of your own face.
Sorry.
He goes like that sometimes. They're all a little bit crazy.
Look.
Speaking of crazy, yeah, sorry, I lost my shit for a little while there. I've had a very, very bad couple of weeks. Let me put it that way.
You're certainly not helping me consider you guys to be the best people to trust.
Well,
I'm perfectly trustworthy. I'm not
you
programmed
could
to
al-
lie.
You could always look at it this way. All the sane people have already tried and failed horribly. Sometimes you need a little crazy.
And I'm not
Well-
going to lie. I'm not programmed to lie.
Look
And
at it
one-
look at it the way I do. Someone who is very apparently crazy, you know how they're crazy, and you can trust how they will be crazy. It's the quiet people who you know are crazy, but you don't know how they're crazy, and that's why you should be afraid.
And the bigger thing is, I don't even know where the Briarwood is right now.
I do.
Thor kind of points
You
at
do?
Sarah and Sideline say, that's what they've been figuring out, and it sounds like they have a lot of information on where its approximate location is.
We have a mild diameter.
All right, that solves that bit.
You can tell. You might not be able to tell, but we're actually competent at what we do.
Sometimes.
We weren't leaving you to be our first and only guide.
Yeah.
I'm not, because I have no idea where the
Kind
entrance
of.
is. Once I'm in, I could show you around. But...
Well, like I say, we're pretty sure those two know where the entrance is. We're pretty confident that we can deal with what's inside. It's literally just finding our way through there.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay.
Speaking of
Fine.
which, we should probably stock up on holy water and stuff like that.
Fine.
I kind of tried, but none of the clerics believed me. Admittedly, I was wrong at the time. So
You also sound like a madman.
I was mad at the time. I'm a little better now.
I fixed him.
You didn't fix me. You pointed me in the direction in which I could be fixed.
He kind of put.
Well-
And please do not ever say I fixed him in my presence again.
I fail to see the implications of that, but
Callum points an arm over at us. Points sideline to arm over at sideline.
yep.
Look, he gave an offer which actually I'm okay with.
Which offer is it I gave to you?
I'm sick of this town. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of everyone here. Pretty much.
Aye, I could tell.
So
So
Is
you
it
want
really
to
that
tell?
bad here?
Yeah. This small little town where I'm just stuck cleaning tables and serving people all day.
Oh, kid, trust me. If I could have your life, I'd take it.
Yeah, it's not suited for everybody.
Aye. However,
No, I'm quite well suited to my chosen career, but let me tell you, when you've died twice and you've risked your ass more times than you can count, and you know you do not have the choice in continuing to risk your ass, eventually you want to stop, no matter how much you can't. Be happy that you can just live a happy life and you have a choice right now.
Anyways, carrying on. Callum, do you want to be dropped off in, say, a town of your choice, or do you just want to travel around on the airship? I'm happy to provide food and boarding for you.
He shrugs. That'll be enough for now. I'll work out what I want to do.
I may make a suggestion. Finding a teacher might be good.
Maybe.
We got
Oh,
enough.
May
We
I
got
make
enough
the
people
suggestion
aboard our
of
ship.
convincing your father so we're not accused of kidnapping?
Yeah, that's
Also,
not gonna happen.
We could
Can we
fake your
speak
death.
logical about it?
We're not going to fake his death.
That might be a little hard with the number of people who speak to spirits around here.
Good
Aye.
point.
Lad,
Look,
you may not be able to convince your father, but at the very least, he might. Letting him know that you're not dead, and you just up and disappear in the night isn't be a
like,
good idea.
look. How about this then? When you guys are ready to go, you tell me beforehand. That night, I'll sneak away. I'll leave a letter for him.
That'll do.
That works. It's not ideal thought by any means, but it
I know.
works.
He'll-
And that's
he'll-
I'm not arguing
He'll
about.
know I'm okay, and I don't have to deal with him literally pinning me to the ground to get me to stay.
If
Aye, he
anything,
won't
he
be
might
happy
learn a
about
lesson from this.
Kind of looks around to see if anyone's got anything else they want to say about it.
Nah, sounds good to me.
You sure we
Oh.
can fake your death?
I can't say I'm
No
terribly
death,
supportive
Sarah.
of abandoning one's family, but you've got to walk your own road, and if this ain't your road, then, well, I suppose the only thing you can do is find another one, right?
Sometimes you make your own family. Other
Yeah.
times you're bound to it by weird magic.
And
rules.
sometimes your vote's in the sky.
What's up with your, want of death today, Sarah? Is it your bloodline that you've set to?
Here, here.
Yeah, she's probably been possessed by one of the death spirits near it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, when she was getting that murder earlier, probably a spirit of the murdered subdomain. That's what's going on.
Murder.
Murder.
They need love as well. Murder love.
Murder love. Stab them with the ship of healing.
But I imagine we would probably be ready by tonight. Guys, we could probably grab most of the stuff we need in town right now.
Probably tomorrow because of Sideline. Well, Sideline and Ryland.
Sideline.
Would like another night's rest.
Aye, and
Fair
Torun
enough.
as well. He is very tired.
All right.
I've been swarmed by an entire orphanage of children, no less than
Price?
Torno starts like counting with his fingers a bit. Multiply by about, I want to say somewhere in the realm of 34 times in the last 48 hours.
Oh, if you are not okay with the amount of protection we're providing, would you be happy to take a certain magical item known as the Aegis of Recovery? I don't know about your magical aptitude, but I may be familiar to you.
Aegis of Recovery. Kind of pauses and like tries to figure out what that is.
Protect the Healy thingy.
Aye.
Protect the Healy thing would be an ample suggestion.
It stores positive energy in itself, and at a certain point when your vitality is dropped, it will activate and
Heal you.
usually save your life. It also helps when recovering from long-term ailments and such
Like
that.
diseases and poisons. Or whole person spells.
All right. And I've still got that whole set of armor hidden upstairs.
Well, if you don't wish to
You wear armor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, even if you wear armor, everyone, we should probably try and get mage armor. If we're going to be fighting wraiths and shades.
That's
Yeah.
a fair point.
They haven't touched this through walls before.
Oh yeah, no, me and Thor could fight a few spears like that before. Remember that?
Right?
God damn, Robin was scary.
Yeah, I don't know how good it is, but I can put something on. But if you can give magic aid, yeah, it's better.
Easily.
Count it.
Let's see, incorporeal, so need to touch you. Yeah, I got it. I'll need to borrow something I gave to a contact of mine. But I'm sure Alex will be willing to give it up for a couple of days. So
Yeah.
he doesn't risk his ass.
If we're gonna do this, could we do it in 2 days instead?
In 2 days? Yeah.
Aye, should be fine.
I can probably slip Dad to let me have the extra day off.
Yeah.
Fear free.
Then we don't have to worry about him biting in or starting searching for us.
That works.
Aye.
Oh,
2 days. Alright.
the kid that you were worried about in the orphanage, particular, tiefling, was it?
Yeah, tiefling.
Are you gonna still be worried about him?
No.
No, not you, Torrin.
Kind of peers over. He'll be fine.
All right, just wondering.
All the kids in the orphanage will be fine. Everyone there's nice.
Okay, I was just wondering if I needed to adopt anyone.
Yeah, I was
Something.
real worried about that myself. If that kid was a werewolf, I do not think I'd want to leave him in this town of all places. Good lord.
Pew 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 pew
Mm-hmm.
pew pew.
DR Silver ain't mean shit versus Flame.
That is the problem if you get your temporary recruit of Tibram versus Torrin,
Yep.
where he just keeps clicking his fingers and keeps creating fire under Torrin's feet.
You know, all I have to do is just take a resist energy fire extract.
It's true. Though admittedly he can overpower that, but not by a lot of points. Not
Yep.
by enough to matter.
And then by that point, you know, just start just charging him down repeatedly.
I mean, you run up to him. He's an arcanist. You pin him to the ground. He can't use magical effects.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go into wolf form and just sit on him like Terran until he gives up.
He bites your tail.
Just whap in the face with my paw until he lets go. Like, stop it. You can't hurt me, but that is mildly irritating.
It's true. He won't be able to hurt you because you have DR Silver.
Exactly.
Or more, it would hurt, but then as soon as he let go, it would just be like, nope, nothing. Nothing.
Cal,
Looks over. Yeah.
you've been in the Dark Road once before. Is there any form of, say, like fire, lightning, cold, any form of kind of sources of that you've seen before that you experienced in there?
Place is really cold.
Okay.
Really cold.
So resistant energy cold might be on the biz.
Wasn't there some form of elementals in there?
He nods. Something like that, yeah. A few. There were what were definitely water elementals, some air elementals.
Ah, hate your elementals.
So do we all.
I was pretty sure there's an earth elemental. I didn't see any fire elementals. But there are also some other ones that were kind of weird.
Yeah.
Weird, huh?
Mm-hmm. I don't really know what they were. I mean, there was one that were kind of like the earth elementals, but they were more like metal.
Hmm?
Interesting.
Could you quickly describe them for me?
It's been a couple of years, but I mean, he tries to explain it to you. This is going to be a difficult planes check
Oh, wait.
Oh god.
because he's trying to recall from something from a couple of years ago that he doesn't really remember that well.
I'd like to assist. Because Sideline probably has a better planes check than me, considering he always has visualization of the mind on.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to assist.
40.
42, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. There are a few other elementals he spotted. The one in that case he was referring to is a mutation of the earth elementals called which is sometimes just known as the colder iron elementals.
Hmm.
Oh. Ugh.
But there's also some other ones though he just ended up describing because there's a lot of different kinds he kind of saw. One which basically seemed like it's just ball of blackness that was kind of floating around.
Negative energy.
That was gravity.
Oh god, why is there gravity
Oh.
there?
God.
Then also negative energy ones though he also spotted.
That was to be expected.
Sideline will blatantly, after the description, say, "Oh god, why are there gravity elementals there?"
And the last type was the quasi lightning.
Oh, great.
Mhm.
This is going to be fun. Sarah, how many elemental languages do you speak?
Not enough. The answer is not enough.
Actually, I speak one. I speak Ignan, and there's not even any fire elementals there.
Why does
No.
nobody here speak Aquan or Orin? Anyone here speak Terran?
Sarah gives you a pointed look.
I don't speak any elemental languages. They weren't important in my programming.
Look, I'm the only one here who speaks, Gnomish or Giant, so. Or even possibly Halfling for that point.
Halflings have their own language?
Yes, Halflings have their own language.
Yeah, they didn't back then.
It's a mutation. It's a mutation of common.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that got merged with Elven. So
Bit of Elven, bit of Gnomish, bit of Dwarf as well.
halflings were very good at kind of merging all the language together. Basically, they're English. They butchered everything, except it didn't become popular.
Right. So diplomatizing with a number of these elementals might be difficult.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have a fun time considering you're gonna be the only fire thing though. Looks over to Sarah.
She'll reign supreme.
Oh, she can change that.
It's true.
Not quite the only fire thing, kind of.
Jortes is gonna have a fun problem because your vulnerability to cold.
Yes.
Oh crap, sweet.
And that's why we're gonna need to get him that.
Yeah, you're in a land. You're going to be in a land of death. So,
Yes.
So it's all gonna be cold damage and negative energy damage.
with an occasional bit of lightning added on top for fun.
And I don't do well with any of them.
Yeah, and let's hope. There's also supposedly wraiths and shades, so we've got incorporeals.
Mm-hmm.
Incorporeal we can deal with. That's not the worst
Kind
issue.
of. You can deal with it.
Yeah, you're this
Dealing
is
half damage.
Yeah, this is a thing that will be presented to the group. The group has 2 days to kind of figure out exactly what they want to do with this. Day and tomorrow to kind of figure out planning, kind of talk to Callum, such lucky. Which I can tell you, that nickname is well deserved.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
I can tell you, the human luck feats, he has most of them.
Oh, good.
Good.
Then all the better. Then
Including like, oh, he gets crit. No, he didn't actually crit me. Oh, I rolled in that one. No, I didn't.
Oh, my heart's on the right, not the left. Sorry to disappoint you.
It's actually a very serious medical condition. I'm dying.
Actually,
I'll-
it
not
is
at
a real
all.
medical condition, but it's not very bad for you, actually.
It's so much so he even has bestow luck, as in the people around him. He could use the avoid nat 20 thing on other people around him.
oh, good.
He is really, really lucky. He's luckier than a halfling.
That's saying something.
Mm-hmm. His nickname is very well deserved.
Mm-hmm.
Also explains how he got through the Dark Road so well last time.
I don't want to fight a gravity elemental at all.
Then hope you don't roll it on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hoping
There-
we don't run across incorporeals. I'd rather just fight elementals.
You're going to run across something, I can tell you. There's going to be at least there's going to be at least 3 fights on the way through.
Oh,
So
jeez.
be prepared.
So don't burn everything in the first encounter, guys.
No,
And that's not even counting what happens whenever we actually get there.
If we fight it's in our CR, greater gravity elementals. Ah! Ah!
Yeah.
For this as well, of course, you also have the thing of Rylan and Elliot, are also things.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't think I want to take them along.
They
for
don't
this.
particularly want to come along either, honestly.
Good. Good.
You could bring them along, but they don't want to come along. And also, Elliot will kind of bring up the fact that since the whole place will be draining hit points from everyone constantly, bringing more people actually
Yeah.
brings more of a load.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
like, sure, Elliot has healing magic, but he can only cover himself for that for so long.
Yeah, pretty much he can only cover his healing magic is only strong enough that he can only really keep himself up with it.
You know, while Rylan is really, really good at, taking a lot and dealing a lot, it's a case where he's still, I don't want them to be in a place where if shit goes horribly bad, they can't get out.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would also be nice to have them on the other side in case we need. We wipe and the Callum's the only one left because we kind of need someone to.
It's true. Because worst case scenario, let's say Callum somehow managed to get out and bring some of you out with him.
Oh, you don't need to bring all of us. You just need to bring, like, one limb from each of us. It'll be fine.
Yeah, the point is you need someone to come out with your stuff, if nothing else, right?
Mhm.
If mission is failure. That's a thing.
And on that wonderful note, I kind of need to be off.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Roland and Elliot have one other reason, which is in the event that you somehow cause things to leave the Dark Road,
They handle that.
they can attack anything that comes out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
You know, I'd rather they just enjoy themselves in town.
Okay, they could do that.
Yeah, we should be able to handle it. If things seep out,
Maybe
they're not going to be able to
Elliot-
attack the town easily.
That's true. It's going to be like 50 miles away, so that's the thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because as the thing, you're going to be traveling like two. You're going to be traveling. days after.
I will tell Rylan and Elliot if in the event that I do die by Alex, because Sanctified Ring,
Mhm.
which I've been meaning to get for them as well, but it's hard to pin down after all the recent things. I figured they'd probably feel strange having that.
And it's also the fact that Elliot kind of brings up of if needed, he can cover for Callum too, so no problem happening in town if you guys kidnapping.
Yeah.
Because, turns out if anyone's going to be able to disguise as Callum, yeah, he could do it.